Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, sir.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
You know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No. On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man! We hope you're having a great day on this Wednesday. We've got a lot to get into, a lot to talk about with you, because as all these things have transpired over the last 24 hours, Mike, in the NFL specifically, we are still wondering what's going to happen with a lot of the moves that we talked about yesterday. And you know, for Caleb McGarry, guys, we started talking about this yesterday. The Falcons made that decision, Mike, to not franchise tag him. They didn't put a tag on him, non-exclusive, exclusive, etc., which means that he is a free agent. But, Mike, it also means he possibly could end up back here as a Falcon, right?
There's a slim chance, right? I mean, I don't rule that out. Look, it is. People want to say definitively that's an impossibility. I don't think you could say that, Carl. We've seen things, stranger things have happened.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is at that position if you're not going to re-sign Caleb McGarry. I think you have to draft somebody, obviously. And, Mike, part of this is we've been talking about what we need, what we hope to get, what we want. Everybody's okay with drafting a tackle at 8?
I got no problem with that. I mean, I would love to get again, we have to wait and see what free agency brings us. What is Santa going to put under the Christmas tree? And Christmas comes early. I want an edge rush. There's a couple of dudes out there I take, but yeah, let's see where we go there. We've already made a commitment to Lorenzo Carter. We're going to talk about Rashaan Evans and his future coming up this week. But there is a chance McGarry. Again, is this going to be one of these deals where everybody's going to sit there and have their arms crossed? Not this season. Not going to be big paydays. Is everybody going to, Caleb McGarry, come back to the Falcons cap in hand and get a deal, and then we'll be ticked off at the team twice, and maybe you'll play twice as hard?
I don't know. I mean, listen, I think we're going to see, as we do, Mike, the market's going to settle. It's not eventually, right? First day of free agency, teams that have money, like us, are going to go spend money on the guys they want to go get. That's what this is about. If you manage your cap, and we now know that we have some money to spend for the first time in a long time. But you don't wait around to day 6 if there's a guy that you want to go get. If we want to be in the Hargrave situation, Mike, we got to be a player day 1. So
right, and not just every other year. Let's be honest, Carl, since we've gotten to the salary cap hell, we've always been day 3.
Yes.
Right, we're day.
Yes.
We are shopping at Filene's basement. We are going with a Groupon. And this is the year I think Falcon fans expect us to be that kaboom, super splash, top guy, highest paid, reset the market dude at wherever we go, right?
No doubt. I mean, we've got the money to do it. There's no reason to sit around and wait. And more than likely, if there is a bidding war, okay, for those guys, those top guys, you can at least be in the conversation. In years past, it was if somebody outbid us, well, we weren't even going to be able to join the conversation. So with McGarry, and the reason why this is important, guys, and we're going to talk about Lamar and all this other stuff that's out there right now, but with McGarry, we talk about this offensive line, and everybody is assuming that Desmond Ridder is going to be the guy. I don't take for granted, Mike, that is a position you have to upgrade at. If you're not signing him, you've got to get somebody in there that you can trust, because this idea that Desmond Ridder's been protected or going to be protected, if it's Ridder, then that is a priority. And where is it at in the pecking order? Where is this now for the Falcons when you say, hey, here's the first thing we've got to do in free agency?
Well, 2 things. You're not just drafting to replace Caleb McGarry, eventually replacing Jake Matthews. So do you want to bring a guy the best? If you get whatever's graded as the top guy, right? We already talked about Skaranski. Was it Paris? Is it Paris Johnson? Yeah,
yes.
There's a couple of guys. And the other thing, you and I were talking about this off the air this morning, maybe they could drop back and pick up some extra pieces and a more draft collateral to go get a lineman who maybe isn't perceived to be a top 8 pick, but can still punch in as a starter. But either way, I got no problem going with that, depending on what we do in free agency.
404-741-0929. It is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. You can always hit us up on social media as well. He is Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes in this radio show. Dukes and Bell, 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that's going on across all social media platforms, guys. Facebook, Instagram, and, of course, everywhere. All right, Mike. Here's the thing, too, as we talked about this Lamar situation, and it's still, there's a buzz. It is what it is. We're going to figure it out. And I say we as in teams will say one thing. We'll find out who's interested and who's not. But, Mike, I don't know how any Falcon fan could say out loud that Desmond Ridder is better than Lamar Jackson and be taken seriously. I don't know how any Falcon fan who is against the idea of us even just approaching this could look themselves in the mirror and say, yeah, I mean, we got Dez. How can you say that to yourselves and be serious?
I'm with you. And I had this conversation today at the gym. And I had it yesterday at the gym while we were talking about this. And I've got two guys that I work out with all the time. One guy's APD, one guy's retired fire department guy here in the A. And both guys are Falcon season ticket holders. And one guy was all in for Lamar, and one guy was all in for Ritter. And the argument being that, everything we said yesterday about Lamar, it makes this thing more exciting. We get juice. But then, are you going to be able to depend on him to stay healthy? And will you basically have to be perfect in everything you do in the draft and free agency because you're going to have no wiggle room because all of a sudden your cap space goes, But the Ritter thing is, and he agreed, we wanted more of a sample size. I like Ritter. Ritter has more experience than a lot of guys that you've talked about in the draft. I mean, certainly more than Anthony Richardson. He played nearly 50 games in college and at a high level at Cincinnati. But I like the guy, but I didn't get enough to say. And there's no way you could ever in a million years say he could compare to Lamar Jackson.
You can't. You can't. I can't take you seriously if you walk up to me and go, well, we got Ritter. I can't. I'm sorry. Atlanta, I'm not buying that. This is a conversation that we have to have because if you can upgrade, you upgrade. If you can get a better seat on an airline, you get a better seat. If you can get a better player, you go get a better player. It's no disrespect to where that young player is in his career or what he may ultimately be. But right now, it's not even close. There's no comparison. And I'm hearing people act as if like Ritter's a Super Bowl champion. And he's like, well, we got Ritter. I can't take you guys seriously.
Right. I just think that there is two schools of thought. You do realize that we've got all this cap space, and I know everybody expects a big home run. It's just the damn contract is so scary. And if this was 3 years ago, that's the thing. I mean, there's a part of me that loves it. There's a part of me that would be fearful of if he comes in here and he misses 10 games in the first 2 years, then that's not helping us. And then you're going to see Desmond Ritter, so I guess it's good to keep him around. But, I mean, if this contract, if it's, again, time machine, don't have one. If the Deshaun Watson thing hadn't happened, we could very easily be in this mix, and I'd have no problem with it. But I think people are so scared by the money.
I do think you're right, Mike. And what's funny is, this is what's funny. Mike and I always say this. Not your money.
Right.
I mean, realistically, like we all get, like you're going in your bank account. Here's the deal, guys. When you start talking about the total value of these contracts, it's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. The numbers are staggering, okay? And I'm not going to give them to you all. I'm just going to give you the top guys. Josh Allen's total value of his contract, Mike, is $258 million. It sounds overwhelming. It doesn't mean he's getting all of that. He's getting $43 a year, but his total value of his contract, Deshaun Watson is $230. He's getting $46 a year. Kyler Murray's getting $230. The total value of his contract. When you hear these numbers, you go, damn. I don't know if we can do that. But, guys, this is what's going on all around the NFL. Russell Wilson's total value of his contract is $245 million. He's getting $49 per. And we're sitting here going, well, I don't know. This is where the league is. And, Mike, I have to ask you this because a buddy asked me this last night. He heard us talking about it. He said, man, I love you guys on the radio, and I just got to ask you guys. I don't have any thoughts on Lamar. But are you guys willing to tell me that the Bengals are not going to pay Joe Burrow this kind of money?
Well, that's just it. Well, my concern was because Lamar was, again, these are from published reports, so you're just going on what's been out there in the ether, that Lamar was obsessed with the kind of money that Deshaun Watson got and the structure of the Deshaun Watson deal. So what happens if, 2 years down the road, somebody else resets the market and he pulls a Julio Jones on us? Arthur Blank, for those who don't remember, Arthur Blank made Julio the highest paid wide receiver in the league, and then 2 years later, it wasn't good enough. So that's the only concern. And again, I hope that's not what motivates the guy. On the flip side, I would love to see Lamar maybe come off of some of these demands so he can go ball out in a city that would absolutely embrace him and go bananas because there's so many similarities to Baltimore and Atlanta, African-American fan base, everything else. The fans want something that's exciting, and he can stick it to the Ravens. But that's the thing. It's just to see every NFL team that needs a quarterback come and go, we do not need a quarterback. It's like just talking to Randy McMichael. I mean, it's like collusion unless everybody turned into like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, right?
Yeah, it is. It's bizarre. I don't believe any of this, by the way. Okay, I'm on the record. I don't believe that all of these teams are not interested. Now, I do think there are some, and I do think some are being legitimate. But I also think they're getting ahead of this by saying we're not interested, just like so many teams like the Cleveland Browns did last year with Deshaun Watson. Hey, guys, coming up, we've got tickets for you to go see Snoop Doggy. Dog. Yeah, he's coming to town. We'll tell you about that. Stay tuned. We'll give you a chance to win those. Also, Herm Edwards is going to join us at 4:20 today here on The Big Show with Dukes and Bell. We'll talk to Herm about all these things, Lamar, NFL, free agency related. Make sure you're here for that conversation. We'll come back. Can we find a way to finish tonight? It's Dukes and Bell.
to more Dukes and Bell.
How's everybody feeling?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Before we talk some Hawks, and we are going to talk about what they hopefully can get done tonight, we got to send a big shout-out to our man Chuck Smith, who has accepted the job as the new outside linebackers coach for the Baltimore Ravens. And Chuck talked to us. Mike, when did he come up to? Was it up in Gwinnett when we were up there?
Yeah, man. He came up and hung out with us. We were up there at Hooters.
That's right. And Chuck specifically was asked by one of our listeners about, do you want to get into coaching again? And he said, my kids and the grind of coaching, and he talked about it. And somebody asked me, well, why would he accept this job? That's a question we're going to ask Chuck, because I know timing is everything. He's at a point in his life. His kids are older. He's got a couple kids in college now. I just feel like, this might be the best timing, but I don't know. We're gonna ask him on Friday when we talk to him. But you guys have listened to Chuck over the years on this show. He's been such a big help to us. He's a part of our draft coverage. So now, his schedule's going to change a little bit, and he's going to be busy as the new outside linebackers coach. But I got to tell you, Mike, I'm so happy for him, and I think the Ravens got a hell of a coach. And all of a sudden now, all these pass rush secrets and things he's been talking about with us, He's going to be teaching the Ravens.
Seems like a great fit, too, as far as those dominant defenses. That's been their calling card for decades, going back to both Super Bowls. And, of course, a good run by Flacco. So, yeah, man, great for Chuck. And I know that every year when people hear the passion Chuck has for the work he does with college players and how much he knows about, what made him such a great player, they always go, man, why couldn't he be here in Atlanta? Well, that's something that the previous regime, I don't know if they wanted that smoke, and unfortunately they could never connect with the new regime the last time. But yeah, man, that's big Chuck Smith Joe going up to the Charm City. So if they lose Lamar, they get Chuck. But obviously, waiting to see what's going to happen with Lamar Jackson. But great for Chuck, man. Really excited.
Yeah, it is. So we just wanted to mention that, guys, and he'll be on the show with us. Honestly, I don't know, because he's been kind of busy these last weeks or couple of days, but we'll ask him as far as the timetable for him. But we're pretty sure that some of the things we had planned are not going to happen now because of this job opportunity for him. But with that said, Chuck is always family, and he's always a Falcon. He talks about this. This is where he made his hay. He loves the Falcons, but this is an opportunity he's going to take, and he still loves the fact that he hopes the Falcons one day can win a Super Bowl. All right, with that, Mike, let's talk about what the Hawks are going to do tonight, because really this is about finishing, right? Can we finish? Can we find a way to finish the fourth quarter? Hawks 32-33. We remain a game under 500, 8th in the Eastern Conference. It's the Wizards tonight. They're in the 10th spot in the Eastern Conference. Game, by the way, starts at 7, so 6:30 Mike and I are done for the pregame show. But, Mike, bottom line is, we're trying to break a 5-game road losing streak right now.
Yeah, and I know that this team, I mean, there's the things that we thought might get fixed. Look, I'm not sure what you can fix coming in the way Quinn Snyder did with such a small amount of time. And some of these, call them bad habits, Carl, we've got to break. Perimeter defense, you haven't played a lick all season. You're not going to figure that out in the final 18 games. So there you go. And, the Wizards, last time we played them, Bradley Beal was like unstoppable. So I hope they can figure this thing out, because as it stands now, you are a half game ahead of Toronto and you're a few games behind Miami. So you're kind of stuck playing the team in Miami you can't beat. So that's not good.
Yeah, I'm just frustrated watching the Knicks seemingly come together.
Right. That's their first loss after winning 11 in a row. So the Knicks have finally lost a game, but they've jumped all the way to 5. The Brooklyn Nets are getting it together now after they had their little wobble. But, Toronto made moves at the trade deadline, so we'll see if those guys can, they're under 500. Hawks are, again, under 500 by a game. Trey had one of his better games against Miami, but then there was a turnover that no one touched him. That was just kind of strange how that game ended, and, we talked about it. Hunter missed some big shots. Collins started being MIA in the fourth quarter. It's the things that Quinn Snyder will maybe get to look at, and maybe you think there'll be wholesale changes as much as they can in the offseason, or they're so hamstrung because of the DeJounte deal not having picks to trade?
I think there will be 2 guys in this starting lineup that will not be here next season. And if that's wholesale changes,
that's kind of wholesale changes.
That's what I think. Let
me ask you this: what's the market for John Collins right now?
It's not what it was.
Darn right it ain't.
It's not what it was. They missed that window. Unfortunately, I mean, whether you like John or not, if you really wanted to trade him, you should have done it when Travis Slink was trying to do it, and they didn't pull the trigger. Somebody Somebody said keep the team together. So, when you say that and the guy that's running the team goes, okay, well, you sure you want me to keep the team together? Keep the team together. Okay, well, then we're going to pay Hunter, and then we're going to pay John, and then we're going to take care of Bogey. All of a sudden now you've got a team where you've got pretty much no bench scoring, Mike, when you look at our team.
Right.
I mean, I don't know where the bench scoring is coming from.
A.J. Griffin could be some bench scoring, but for whatever reason, at least in the last few games, he's been a DNP. That's on Quinn. So I was of the impression, maybe I don't know. All coaches are the same. They go with the veterans. They'd rather see Bogey get the minute. Now, look, Sadiq Bey, you got to get Sadiq Bey in there. I get that because he's one of the few guys doing his job. But I just thought Griffin would see more time when Quinn Snyder got here.
Let me ask you this. Who's guarding Bradley Beal tonight?
I would try to, well, you're not going to like the answer, but I'd go DeAndre Hunter.
No, listen, I thought he should have been guarding him at the end of the last game.
Because when they were doing the switches, and sometimes Trey would, that you can't have that. But Bradley Beal they were killing us on switches, and they were setting picks, and we were kind of like fumbling and bumbling. So I like to see Hunter. I mean, by definition, Hunter or DeJounte are our best defenders, right?
Yes.
So pick your. That's one of those two.
37 points to lead the Wizards to victory the last time we saw them. That was that 3-point loss on March 1st. So we're going to square off again, a little revenge. And I think, again, you got to know Bradley Beal's like, I own you guys. That's how he's feeling, right. Okay? So, I hope we come out and are ready to play tonight. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. While we're in this NBA mode as we're talking about our Hawks, I want to talk about Pau Gasol, Mike, because he got his number retired by the Lakers, and he had a couple of things to say. Obviously, him and Kobe were tight.
Yes, they were.
If you haven't watched The Redeem Team, it's on Netflix. You can watch it. It tells you what kind of competitor Kobe was when he's willing to take out basically his best friend to set the tone for Team USA. But Gasol was talking about the impact of Kobe and what he had, the impact that he had on him.
He definitely inspired me and showed me what it took to be the best player that you could be. The work ethic, the dedication, the mindset going into it. He challenged me to be better with his actions, with his work, but also he was very intentional with his actions. And I was all the way in.
Everybody, I say everybody, obviously Vanessa was there, Vanessa Bryant, his wife. Former players, Jimmy Butler showed up. I mean, there were players showing their respects to Pau Gasol, and he talked about Kobe because, it's just a big part of it. You would think if this was going to happen, we were hoping that we'd be able to have Kobe there, and he probably would be speaking about their runs to championships. And, after Shaq, nobody thought he'd win a championship. But this is Gasol talking about missing Kobe.
But I can't go on without talking about the person in the face that I don't see. A brother that elevated me, inspired me, challenged me to be a better player, just to be a better man overall. I miss him so much, like many of us do. I love him. I wish he was here with Gigi. I really do. But I think he'll be proud. And he was looking forward to this moment. So, love you, brother.
And as you said, the number hanging right next to Kobe's number. And, I just, watching the Shaq documentary, Kobe wanting so badly to win a title without Shaq and then having that second run with Pau Gasol. Yeah. And then again, the killer instinct. That's why I know you love Kobe more than any other NBA player, and I get it, because that killer instinct, man. And let's be honest, people thought Pau was always going to be a guy that would never ring, right?
It's true.
European guy, big guy, but softy.
Yep.
And Kobe elevated his game, and he's talking about that before, and he talked about that last night.
When they lost to the Celtics, and Kobe was just like, look, we weren't tough enough. And then that summer, he put his team to the grinder. I'm telling you guys. And they came back and beat the Celtics for the championship the next year. Like, it's unbelievable the desire that one guy can have on a team and how it can shape a team. That's why, Mike, we always talk about leadership and all of this stuff that you and I get into about our players, right, and whether or not it's amazing what one guy can do if he has that drive and desire. And he was like, well, look, we weren't tough enough. And they came back, and they were just like him and Fish and Gasol. I mean, that team was a different team the next season. So, anyways, man, his numbers gets retired. But, again, I wanted to mention that because of all the Kobe conversation and
not me personally.
So. I'm not even talking about you. 404-741-0929. That is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. I do want to mention we have Snoop Dogg tickets. If you guys want to go check out the high school reunion tour, Snoop, Wiz Khalifa, Too Short, Warren G, and more. It's August 9th at Lakewood Amphitheater. Tickets on sale Friday. That's March 10th at Ticketmaster, starting at 10 a.m. or 9 a.m. Check that. Tickets go on sale. We've got you a pair. So stay tuned to Dukes and Bell. We're going to give you a chance to win those between now and 6:30 when we get off here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. All right, we're coming back. We're going to talk some headlines. ACC tournament has started, Mike. Georgia Tech's playing today. Georgia's playing later tonight. We'll talk a little bit about that. And what did one Packer say about Aaron Rodgers? Find out coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports. more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're going to give some lucky listener a chance to go see Snoop Dogg and Company here on the show. We'll give those tickets away between now and 6:30. Mike, UGA's Pro Day, by the way, want to mention this next week. I mean, all these guys showed out at the Combine. What else can they do? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you and I were guesstimating yesterday how many guys will make it to the NFL, at least be drafted. I'm going to go with 10. I'm going to go with 10. I mean, if the Pudwhacker, if Pudletsky gets drafted, it'll definitely be 10. Because you got a bunch of linemen on both sides of the ball. You know, Nolan Smith, obviously, just a matter now where Jalen Carter will go. You've got Beau. You got all these guys. So, I mean, they got dudes. So, yeah, I'm gonna stick it around and say 9 to 10.
All right. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it is, man. Most programs are lucky they get 2 guys.
On and off year, by the way. Remember this?
Yeah.
Nick Saban was rebuilding 2 years ago. Kirby lost 14 guys to the NFL and went back-to-back. How about that?
It's nuts, but we're going to hear coming up here as part of our headline segment, Mike Griffith came on the morning show. He was talking about the importance of Pro Day. It's still a big deal, but I just think if you go to a Combine and show out like a lot of these guys did, it's just, I don't know what else you can do. Connor Riley's going to join us at 4 o'clock. If you missed it, guys, Herm Edwards from ESPN is going to stop by at 4:20. We'll talk to Herm about all things Lamar Jackson, free agency, etc. We'll get his thoughts on the Falcons as well. I mean, you know, Herm's dialed in, man. So we love having Herm on, and we'll do that today at 4:20. Turtle behind the glass, Beau Morgan, executive producing. Let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
In the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
All right, Mike. We hadn't really talked about it, but I just want to mention it again. Calvin Ridley on the Players Tribune. For those of you who didn't read it yet or haven't seen it, I retweeted it. It's a pretty honest assessment of what was going on in his life. Now, his apology and saying, hey, you know, I'm sorry, does it matter? Mike, I think it does. I mean, I know he let down a lot of Atlanta fans, Atlanta Falcon fans. Hell, you know, we were so disappointed. I remember the day we were on the air and that news broke that Calvin Ridley was going to be suspended for gambling. Right. We were hot because we knew he screwed the season for us. You know, Here goes wide receiver number 1.
And we were hearing things from around the organization about how they were completely blindsided by it when he basically tapped out. And we were blindsided. I just said on Twitter, you know, we probably interviewed Calvin about half a dozen times. Always positive, you know, always so much fun to talk to, like, you know, almost like a joy to talk to. So you had no idea where this was coming from, and he really goes in a deep dive into everything from his childhood to the things that were transpiring in the last 2 seasons. Apparently, he was playing with a broken foot the year before things went down. And so, I mean, look, you take the man at his word. It's crazy that would go down, but that's why some players don't always trust the teams having their best interests. You know, kind of like what happened with the Claw down in San Antonio a couple of years ago. But it's a great read. If you're a Falcon fan, you definitely want to check it out.
He starts by saying, I blanked up, and it's the F word. I'm not here to sugarcoat anything. In 2021, I made the worst mistake of my life by gambling on football. That's how it starts. So, anyways, it's out there, guys. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Headlines brought to you by our friends at ATL Live Well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call today. Get help, guys. ATL Live Well. Don't just live well. Mike, ACC tournament. Georgia Tech won yesterday. We were so caught up in all the football news. They advanced today. They're playing Tech this afternoon. 13th seeded Tech taking on Pittsburgh. Georgia will play later on as the SEC tournament starts. And, guys, this all, of course, gets us to Selection Sunday and then the NCAA tournament next week. But Georgia, they get a tough draw. LSU, Georgia's the 11th seed. LSU is 14th. That game tonight on SEC Network at 9:30.
I know that for years, Carl, and again, I got the tail end of the Bobby Cremins years at the old Alexander Memorial. And then Paul Hewitt, I mean, there was some real excitement. You know, and there were some years where, you know, the tournament was must-see. I mean, Pastner, the only thing going on there is they just, you know, it's kind of lifeless. So if they could pull something out of their tuchus and make a run, I just think it's not likely because it's just been a really, really brutal season for the Jackets.
Mike, you know, in 2020, which was just a weird year.
Right.
I mean, they won this thing. You remember?
Right.
I mean, they won the ACC tournament.
Kind of came out of nowhere.
It did. And it's just been so, I don't know, 2020, it seems like so long ago and so crazy, but not far removed from that, but I don't know if they're going to make that kind of run. This is how Georgia Tech won, by the way, yesterday, courtesy of the ACC Network. They make a technical foul, made free throw, and then bottom line, they end up beating Florida State by 1.
Tied at 60. Kyle Sturtevant with it. Off a screen on the drive. The cut, and it won't go. Here's the follow and a foul as Franklin got hit with .2 on the clock. Percent at the foul line and makes the first run. And he did miss on purpose. Here's the heave by Byrne, and that is the game. Big finish for the Yellow Jackets, particularly on the backboard for Franklin. He was the hero when they needed him the most. He made the foul shot to win the game as well.
Mike, they're 15 and 17. And to your point about lifeless, you know, for years people said the University of Houston would never see championship aspirations again. They're the number one team in the country right now, and they'll be a number one seed, and there's a chance they can win the NCAA tournament. And it's been a long time, but they got the right coach. They got the program up again. And my point is, I don't want to hear anything about Georgia Tech and what it was. We've said this for many schools, and Houston's just the latest example. You know, Phi Slamma Jamma, that's 40 years ago, Mike. So now here they are potentially back on the top of the basketball world. It's the Georgia Tech's got to get back. They got to get back and win more games.
I mean, Brian Gregory and Josh, I mean, just there's been a lot of you know, and look, this is a point I'm making. There's a rich basketball tradition here.
Yes.
And people, I mean, I've said it I talked to Chris, our engineer, living in Midtown for many years. It was always fun when things were cooking. To go down to now McCamish, which is a beautiful facility, but there's just Pastner it has not been what we thought it was going to be because of his tremendous recruiting background and what he did at Memphis. And, you know, with the exception of a few blips, Carl, it's kind of right now. And then hopefully Mike White, I think we'll have faith that things will get going because he's a really competent coach. Just this is a year where you're coming into an SEC where, man, you got some teams that are really firing on all cylinders, just not named Kentucky.
That's true.
Right.
Hey, while we were talking about UGA Pro Day, Mike Griffith stopped by the morning show. Listen to what he said about next week and how important it is to some of these players.
Chris and Kenny both want to run better numbers at Pro Day, but they didn't have terrible days. Kenny might have lost a little bit of stock with that number because there's so many other really good running backs relative to how they did, but I don't think Chris lost anything. Chris plays fast. Chris is an instinctive player.
Talking about Chris Smith.
Right.
Okay. I mean, if you're telling me that these guys want to run a better time, I get that. I just feel like Keely Ringo. How is Keely Ringo improving what he just did at the
he
combine?
don't have to do anything. The one guy I mentioned this last week, Kenny McIntosh, he's probably going to, because he was not exactly doing the things he thought he could do. And sometimes guys, you see on the pro day, the times really do sometimes jump better than they did at combine. So we'll see.
Meanwhile, Aaron Rodgers, is he going to the Jets? Now, we're going to talk more about this coming up in 10 minutes as part of our NFL Blitz. We'll give you the latest information out there. Also, a big press conference in Dallas today and what it's all about. But Mike, Aaron Jones was quoted as saying, listen, he doesn't want to lose his quarterback, and then he's on record as saying it.
I hope he's not going nowhere.
Hell yeah.
Especially not Vegas. You know, he played with Tay, so I hope that wouldn't happen. But he's my quarterback, so hope he's back. If he's back, we're ready to ball with him. If he's not, then we have Jordan Love, who's more than capable, and he's ready to ball as well, ready for a shot.
Cover all your bases, baby. Cover all your bases. Smart. There you go. That is a skill set right there on display.
It is. I mean, we have Jordan Love. I mean, he's ready. No, he's not.
Say all the right things. You know what? A lot of guys in football can learn from that. That's a nice way to answer that question.
Well, I love it. He starts out, he's like, that's my quarterback. I mean, I want him to go out there. That's my quarterback.
Yeah. But we have Jordan Love. The Jets, how do the Jets screw this up? I mean, they'll move some money. They would, again, like everything else, how the Saints find a way to do it, the Jets will find a way to do it. A lot of weapons, good running back, good receivers, right, Chris? Are they going to draft some receivers this year, I suppose, help out? But good defense under Robert Saleh. And I think in that division, I mean, the Dolphins are solid, the Bills are, you've got to upgrade. So why not go for it, man? And I'm not sure you win the division, but Aaron Rodgers, once you get him in the wild card, although the last couple performances in the playoffs have not been, epic Aaron Rodgers, if we're honest, Carl.
No, they haven't.
And that's what he'd be brought to New York to do.
Do you guys feel like they are a piece away? I'm asking the show. Chris, Beau, do you guys, everybody feel like are the Jets a piece away? Don't all answer at once.
Chris was editing.
Well, my microphone was not set up yet, not Chris's fault. Yeah, I think they're pretty close. I think they're a piece away from being division champions. They can compete for that division. They did last year without a quarterback. They have some offensive talent. They have Breece Hall coming back, who was the best rookie at the time of his injury, so absolutely they're close. Look, Aaron Rodgers until last year had made, 3 straight NFC title games? So he's not over the hill. He had a couple of great seasons. Put him there with that right system, with a good defense. They have a pretty good defense. Hell yeah, they can make a run.
Mike, what do you think?
I think Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre, go back, Favre was doing really well with the Jets until he got injured that one year he was in New York. They would have won that division, potentially, or battled with Brady for it. I think Aaron Rodgers, though, if he goes to New York, he is going to be fricasseed. If he starts making mistakes, if he starts popping off,
they're going to kill him.
If he starts being glib with the reporters, you can do that in front of 5 guys from the Appleton Express and the, the Madison Pudwhacker, but you can't do that in front of 7 newspapers and guys in New York City. They're going to kill him.
I don't think he cares, guys. I don't think, honestly.
About the media?
No, I don't think he cares. I think he enjoys it. Look, he's a little bit aloof. He's a hippie. We've talked about this. He likes to poke and prod these guys. And at the end of the day, I don't think he really gives a rat's about the media or what they say.
Okay. Well, Chris, he'll have some tough skin then, and he'll go do his thing.
Chris, our resident Jets fan. All right, last but not least, I'm just curious because everybody is like, if this happens, they're going to Super Bowl. I'm like, what? Come on. What do you think, Chris?
No, Carl, listen. AFC title game is not out of the realm of possibility. This team, if they had me and you playing at quarterback last year, they would have been competing for the division.
Right.
They won 7 games with Zach freaking Wilson at the helm, who couldn't throw a football better than me or you. Mike White and his broken ribs. We don't even know if he's going to be back on the roster next year. With Aaron Rodgers and his Hall of Fame stats and the receivers that they have and the defense that they have, I'm buying in.
All right. I mean, I don't know, Mike. It's just hard for me to be like, Jets contenders next year. We'll ask Herm Edwards this question, by the way, at 420.
Again, they're still living in – you got to be thinking about this, man. Last time the Jets won the Super Bowl, the year the man landed on the moon.
Play to win the game, Carl.
I know.
And I got half the guys who went to high school with are Jets fans, and God bless them. Robbie the Flounder Friedman died at age 54, never seen the Jets win a Super Bowl in his lifetime, Carl. It's tough.
All right. More NFL conversation coming your way, guys. NFL Blitz is on the way. The Bucs are releasing somebody. The Dolphins released a player, and there were people saying, hey, Dukes, we should go get this guy. Apparently, he's not healthy.
No, and he even told you he's not healthy.
We'll talk about it coming up as part of our NFL Blitz next.
Sports Radio.
find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Coming up in an hour or so, about an hour 20, we're going to talk to Herm Edwards from ESPN. We'll get his thoughts, all things free agency. What does he think the Falcons need to do, and should we be in, like I think we should be, in on Lamar Jackson? We'll talk to him and see what he has to say. Mike, as we talk about the NFL, we're going to get to our NFL Blitz coming up here. More on the Hawks. They play tonight, guys, against the Wizards. Our coverage begins at 6:30 right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And Michael Irvin held a press conference today. If you don't remember, okay, during the Super Bowl week, Michael Irvin was suspended by NFL Network and ESPN, okay, for allegedly something happening in a hotel lobby there in Arizona. It was February 5th, and Michael Irvin saying that, this entire incident, that nothing happened. So today, I think it's the day after, that Marriott was supposed to turn over the security or video recordings or any other materials associated with this encounter, Mike. Right. So Michael Irvin's trying to get his life back, right? I mean, unfortunately, these things have derailed him a couple of different times. I don't know what happened in this situation. Are you still reluctant as I am to say, I don't know if anything happened?
Everybody now, again, I talked to a couple of friends of ours who were at the Super Bowl, friends of ours in radio, and everybody said that Michael was being Michael, which is loud, boisterous, energetic. And everybody, now again, I can't speak to this, but a friend of ours who works in radio in San Diego said he thought the whole thing was BS. Okay. And that somebody, I don't want to paint with a broad brush, but sometimes people react differently to some people. It is what it is. Michael, hey girl, how you doing? Is that sexual harassment? I don't know. But Mike wants the tape. Show me the tape. Show me what I did. Because he does have a track record. So that's the thing. And because he's got a great gig with the NFL Network, and he had to basically pull up stakes and leave right in the middle of the Super Bowl week because somebody made an erroneous comment or felt somehow, some way that Michael did something untoward. Show it. Prove it. I want to see it.
Yeah.
Because, look, I know the guys, there's a lot of people out there aren't perfect. We'll talk about Calvin Ridley in a second. I'm a big fan of Michael Irvin. I know he's made mistakes in life, but I always love talking to the guy.
Let's hear. This was today. This is part of his press conference that happened in Dallas, and Michael addressed the media. He called this. This is old school, Mike. He's like, we're going to have a press conference, and we're going to talk about all this stuff.
There are going to be repercussions.
This is what he said in regards to how this has made him feel.
This sickens me. It sickens me. Because in this great country, this takes me back to a time where a white man would accuse a white woman would accuse a black man of something. And they would take a bunch of guys that were above the law, run in the barn, put a rope around his foot and drag him through the mud and hang him by the tree. I had a thought about what would happen, not an investigation, not after repeated attempts of people trying to go and say, guys, here's what really happened. Here is what really happened. Here are witnesses that'll say this. Here's witnesses that'll say that. They said, we don't want to hear. We do not want to hear. How can I defend myself if I don't even know what I'm defending myself against? They asked me, they said, do you remember this girl you met in the lobby? I work. And I live in hotels. I stay in hotels all year long from August to September. I meet people every day walking in and out of a lobby. I couldn't even tell you what she looked like. I don't know. I don't even know who I'm talking about. When I'm talking about I'm supposed to do something. And this just blows my mind that in 2023, we still dragging and hanging brothers by a tree. That blows my mind.
Now, again, for those who don't remember the story about Emmett Till, there's a movie that was made about it recently. Now, again, I know he's taking it to the extreme in the art to make the argument, but basically saying that if somebody felt like in the old days a kid would be murdered for whistling at a white woman in the old days of segregation in the South. So, I understand the reference point. That maybe goes a little too far, but I think like anything else, if you're accused of something which affects your place in the workplace, Carl, I want to know what the hell I'm being charged and who's making these charges, who's making these accusations, what exactly happened.
You have every right to defend yourself. I get it, Mike. I'm with you. I know that, some people are going to hear that and they're going to go, really? But that is where he's at as far as his feelings, and he's trying to, tell everybody how he's feeling about this. He had something else to say in regards to this, and he got emotional as this went on. This was the day in Dallas. Michael Irvin trying to defend himself. Again, Marriott's supposed to, I don't know if they have, given up all the video footage and anything in regards to this particular case, but Michael Irvin got emotional.
Because I'm struggling. This is what I struggle with. You try to be an ambassador of the league and also understand that God has blessed me and given me a platform and try to touch people, try to raise people, try to lift people up. And I don't know, I met a lot of fans, but I've always tried to be good with people. I'm struggling now saying, do I not talk to people? What do I do? Because of this kind of a situation. I know I didn't do anything wrong. I know I didn't do anything wrong, and I was trying to do everything right. So it's just, though I say that, I got to come back to this moment. Had I not said to these guys, you know what, you cool guys, let's go outside and take that picture, then they wouldn't have been right there with me. And that would have been a moment that I've had alone, and I know nobody's going to listen to what I say. Nobody, still, at least Mary, I don't want to hear what we have to say. Don't want to hear what I have to say. Don't even care to share it. So, I just got emotional thinking about it because I'm struggling with that, on what to do moving forward after I deal with all of this. That's all I want to say.
So his attorney got to see the video, apparently, the surveillance video from the hotel, but they have not. They've been restricted the access, and without they got to go back to court to let this to somehow get this video out there. But you can see and you can draw your own conclusions.
So he's saying, I don't even want to go out and take a picture with people now
because,
and I don't blame him. I mean, honestly, it's gotten to a point where, Mike and I talk about this. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. What's acceptable, what's not acceptable, whether it's in the workplace or just, in passing. You try to be respectful to people, but, Mike mentions, you can't even say, hey, you look nice today. Because it can be taken the wrong way.
Don't even go there.
It can be taken the wrong way. And so Michael Irvin now is saying, listen, I don't know, moving forward, whether, whatever happens here, hey, Michael, we love you. Can you go outside and take them? Nope. Not taking any pictures, don't touch me, don't come around me. It shouldn't be that way.
No, I mean, it's funny because we share studios with V103, and there's a couple of friends we have known now for going on 8 years. And when you see, we hug. It's a female worker, and again, but we've got, we all have a cool communication. You're there. But on the flip side of that, if you are an employer in this day and age, look, guys, I'm not railing against Me Too and where we've gone because women had to put up a lot of crap they shouldn't have had for decades, including pig-headed comments by guys like me. So in this case, though, a woman comes with a B, female employee. And again, sexual harassment can be male, female, homosexual, whatever it is. Right. The company has to take it seriously. Even if somebody in the office might think, oh, so-and-so is a bit of a drama, queen or whatever it is, they've got to do their HR thing. And now Marriott might find themselves looking at paying Michael Irvin a couple of $1 million over this.
We'll see where it goes. That was the first time we've heard from Michael Irvin since the Super Bowl situation. And I remember getting texts from people out there saying, Michael Irvin is not going to be on the air. And I was like, what's going on? What happened? And I thought, Mike, with his past history, that it may have been something else. And it wasn't, And so that's why we don't jump to conclusions. You just see where these things go and what's going to happen. But that's the first time we've heard from Michael Irvin. It's Dukes and Bell. It's our NFL Blitz segment. It's brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Mike, we need a corner, but we don't need a hurt corner, right?
Correct.
Byron Jones gets released by the Dolphins. Guys, at one point, he was the highest paid corner in the league. I mean, you go back a few years ago when he signed this deal, but his career, at least with the Dolphins, has been uneven. And now Byron Jones is a guy that says, hey, I got a lot of medical issues. I got some banged up knees.
I can't run. I can't run. I can't jump. Well, I don't think your agent wants you to say that, but it sounds like there'll be some litigation. We just read the Calvin Ridley open letter to the fans basically saying he was misdiagnosed with a broken foot here in Atlanta in the 2020 season. Maybe this guy got some bad help from the trainers in Miami.
Yeah, we don't – listen, we want guys that can play, right?
This is a non-starter for me.
That's right. Can he play? That's why I always ask the question. Whether you like a guy or not, can he play? He can't play. Right now, that's where he's at. So for Falcon fans, they're like, yeah, we should go pick him up. That's not a guy that I'm interested in. Bucks are releasing Donovan Smith, Mike, left tackle. Okay, here we go. Here's a tackle. Are you interested?
Hold on. First things first. Let's ring it up. 29 years of age. Oh, he's from Hempstead. He's from a different high school. Went to Penn State. Yeah, he's 29. He was part of a pretty decent offensive line. What derailed the Buccaneers is the center issues and the injuries there. I guess Chris and Squid will look up the PFF numbers. I know that doesn't tell the total package because you never know what the blocking assignment was, but see how he grades, but he's 29.
Yeah. See, and that's the thing. I mean, like, you start saying, okay, well, they're about to be in their own cap hell because of the Brady situation, right? Really?
Right.
I mean, the Bucs entered this offseason $55 million over the cap. $35 million of that is going towards Tom Brady situation. So they're about to be in their own hell, but they've got to now try to manage this, and sometimes you got to release guys that you may not want to.
Thanks to the interweb, Donovan Smith, right? That's what we're talking about?
Correct.
6'6", 338.
Monster.
Played at Penn State. 908 snaps. That's 44th in the league. Penalties, 12. Tied for 4th. Sacks allowed, 6. Tied for 15th.
He can play.
So that's not bad. I mean, I have to go run the metrics because Cal, I know that with my own eyeballs, I saw Caleb McGarry get thrown around like he's on roller skates at times against the elite edge rushers in the NFC.
Yeah, I mean, so as we talk about where we're going to go, and we started today talking about Caleb and whether he'll be back as a Falcon. As a player, you have to understand when a team doesn't franchise tag you, or like with Lamar, they're franchise tagging me, but really it's they're protecting themselves.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily mean that they really want to pay me what I'm deserved. Caleb could say the same thing. The Falcons don't franchise tag me. Doesn't mean that they don't necessarily want me to be here. They just want me at a lower price. Let me go see what's out here. If he doesn't find what he wants, Mike, there's still a chance he could be back. But I would also be just fine with moving on and maybe finding a replacement. This is a guy right here. Right. I don't know if he plays right tackle, but the point is, these are the kind of guys, Mike, those second tier maybe kind of players that you go, all right, we're not going to pay top dollar for, but we'll go get a guy.
And that's it. I mean, there are more than one way to do this. I think we always use the example of 2016. You had Jake Matthews and certainly you had Alex Mack, but it was Andy Levitre, Schrader. We had a lot of different. I mean, there was some guys that were considered average, on that team, and we went all the way to the Super Bowl because they were able to stay healthy for the entire season.
All right, guys, coming up, we're going to talk some Braves. They are a little bit concerned, and maybe you should be too. We don't know if we'll have our full pitching staff ready for the start of opening day. We'll tell you about that next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
and Bell
is the best.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Coming up, Herm Edwards 420. We'll talk to Coach here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're also going to get our man Connor K. Riley on from Dog Nation to talk about the latest with the dogs. Pro Day is next week, and I'm curious who he feels like has to ball out. I mean, again, I think a lot of these guys are sitting pretty. It's going to depend on need, Mike, and where a lot of these teams are drafting as to where these dogs end up. But you predict, Mike Bell predicts 10 dogs going in this draft.
A nice round number, man. I'm going to go with 10. I mean, I think there's 12, if I'm wrong, eligible.
Yeah.
So I'll go with 10. How about that? If the Pudwhacker gets drafted, I think we'll get 10. Pudlensky. And that's probably real. So I'll go 9. Okay, I'll go under. I'll say 9.
How crazy is your program when the kicker's getting drafted?
Yeah, I know. I know.
I mean, seriously, it's like 6 offensive linemen, 4 D linemen, 2 linebackers, 4 DBs, and the kicker. I mean, it's crazy how good it is.
I'm not sure. I was at East West or as a Senior Bowl. He missed some kicks, so I'm not sure how that affects him. But yeah, I just think I'm curious to see. A couple of guys hit us up yesterday in the text line. We were having that big conversation about Lamar Jackson, and one guy said, "Would the Falcons if in the 4th round, if something happened, and again other needs were already met, would they draft Stetson Bennett?" And I said, well, you know what? I don't know. I can't give you a definitive answer. I mean, Ritter is certainly a guy that's a nice piece. If you're going to go get some kind of mediocre, middle of the road, and by mediocre I mean like Jacoby Brissett, Teddy Bridgewater to back up. I don't know. I wouldn't say no. If there's value in the pick and they liked him and they've scouted and according to Rich Eisen took a hard look at every quarterback, I wouldn't rule it out either.
Yeah, the Rich Eisen stuff.
Them hating me hating them.
Come on, Stetson. The Rich Eisen stuff we played yesterday, and Turtle, can you find that real quick as we're talking about this? Because if you missed his comments about the Falcons looking at all these quarterbacks at the Combine, and the way he states what he says at the end, which was kind of where Mike and I have been, about being excited about the product, right? We haven't won enough. It's not like we're coming off of a 12-win season and we went deep in the playoffs. We've been in purgatory for, 5 years. So when Eisen was talking about us looking at all these quarterbacks, and you bring up Stetson Bennett thing, here's what Coach told us, by the way, a couple of years ago when we asked him this. And he said all these picks matter because I think, Mike, we asked him about Vrabel's kid. You remember they drafted him or gave him a shot? I think he was undrafted. And we were like, is this a favor? And he was like, no. You don't do that in the NFL, right? It's too valuable when you start talking about either picking guys or giving guys an opportunity to play for you if they can't play. So I think Stetson Bennett's going to get picked up by somebody. If you just want him to come to the Falcons because he went to Georgia, that's the wrong reason. Here's what Rich Eisen said in regards to us looking at all these quarterbacks.
You take a look the rest of that division. One team's drafting 8th overall in Atlanta, and one team's drafting 9th overall in Carolina. Atlanta's got Desmond Ridder, and I'll tell you what, when I say in Indianapolis, there was zero buzz about Desmond Ridder. There was zero buzz about Desmond Ridder.
Overheard at Combine.
To the point where Falcons are grinding tape on quarterbacks.
So, as I said earlier, I can't look you in the face and take you seriously if you're like, well, we got Dez.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. Not when you're making this comparison to a guy that, again, can now talk to other teams and at least see what's out there. And you're like, yeah, but we got Dez. I can't take you seriously.
Yeah, I know that you've every team, and guys ask us all the time, why would the Falcons? I just think you don't get caught in the semantics and the minutia of it. Any team that's in the top 10 should talk to all the quarterbacks, whether they're interested or not, because whether it's somebody coming from the bottom of the first round or whoever, you never know who might have somebody high in their butt. Somebody, maybe Will Levis is there at 8, and we have no interest in him. But somebody, you've talked to him, they think you might. So then they make a deal, and then we pick up an extra second rounder, and we are able to add more stuff to the team. So you create that illusion that you are still interested in a quarterback. Whether they, and again, I don't want to dog Desmond Ridder because he's a good kid, and he's working his butt off. But that's what Eisen was hearing out there.
Yeah, and this is not, again, because it'll turn into it, because Mike, it always does with this show. It's not personal. I'm always looking to get the best players available. It's just what it is. So, I mean, again, if Ridder ends up being our guy and he turns into an amazing quarterback, and 5 years from now you guys are like, see, Dukes, I told you, man, Ridder is all that. Prove it. That's all I'm saying. And for 4 games, I can't give you that. With what I've seen with a 48-15 record or whatever the hell Lamar is, I know what he is. So that's my issue when people are like, yeah, and that's what I've heard over the last 24 hours. But we got Dez. There is no comparison. Right. It's completely unfair.
Like being gracious at a parade. He's not great at it.
I had it's funny. I never know how people can find our emails because we don't really make them public.
Yes.
But, I think it's Mike.Bell, whatever I am on it, whatever the hell it is. Somebody got an email. He was a Georgia fan. He was hopping mad. And he's actually a college junior in Athens. And Friday's show, we were down on the South Side, and that's when we heard the soundbite from Stetson Bennett when he had, I think it was 7 weeks to come up with what you were going to say when you were asked about being fall down drunk in Dallas, trying to find your VRBO house, and you're hiding behind a brick wall. And I still thought Stetson did not do a great job. I mean, I'm glad that he felt embarrassed. Yeah, I'd feel embarrassed for my family too, but I just thought Stetson, it was just a lot of uhs, and it wasn't really prepared or dynamic. And I think you and I said it at the time. I said, look, here, if I'm a PR coach, here I go in 20 seconds. That's not going to define me. It was embarrassing for my family. It's a mistake. I'm blowing off steam and things got out of hand, but that's not who I am. I'm a leader. I'm a born leader. I'm ready to lead in the NFL. Done. Not that hard. But he just came off. I just thought it was unimpressive, to be honest with you. It was kind of almost like it was an afterthought, which also goes back into why didn't you have a better prepared answer for the question you knew was inevitable?
Yeah. It's Dukes and Bell. Let's talk Braves. We got Yeah Man, No Man coming up. We're spending a lot of time, guys, on what's going on around the NFL. We got Coach coming up at 4:20 because it's a big deal. Like all this movement and stuff that's going to happen here over the next week when free agency starts next week, illegal tampering starts next week, it's going to be a big deal. Braves, they're hoping, Mike, that Kyle Wright's going to be able to start the season. We mentioned this a little bit yesterday for those who missed it. But he's 27, had an incredible year, guys. 20-game winner, the Majors' only 20-game winner, 21-5. Is this a concern for you as we get ready to start the season, or are you okay with if Kyle Wright's not able to get things going immediately?
Well, I mean, this was the one thing. Again, I don't want to be a Pollyanna. Don't be a Pollyanna. But I've always felt, what has happened to the Braves 2 of the last 3 years? You ran out of pitching.
Yes.
And in years past, you had to go get guys like Dallas Keuchel, who didn't do a whole hell of a lot for you. I just think this.
You're saying Double A is going to go make another move?
I think I would still get another. Look, their team is on the field right now. Something would happen between now and the trade deadline. But I thought $20 million for Charlie Morton was nuts. But everybody's convinced, from Mark Bowman to Grant McCauley, everybody thinks this guy is going to be ready. Dave O'Brien, that he's going to be okay. And what's okay for him? 5 1/3, more than 4 1/3. I just think it's important that Wright at some point is dialed in, because winning 20 games, despite the metrics, is nothing to sneeze at. And I'm still worried about what's going to happen with Ian Anderson. Is he going to get his head on straight? Is Soroka ever going to get back on the field? To me, I needed one more starting pitcher. Yeah, it would be technically 6 guys, but we've always needed them, especially September, October.
Yeah. So the latest with this is, Mike Soroka slowed by the hamstring injury from his second Achilles tendon injury, right? You've got Anderson, Coley, you got Elder, you've got Kobe Allard. They're all competing for the number 5 spot in this rotation. And then, we're still talking about Kyle Wright and whether he's going to be ready. Now, you don't need him opening day because he's not your opening day starter. But the fact is that first week or two, I'm kind of with Mike. Now, I do need him more at the end of the season. But part of Wright's success last year was he got rolling, Mike, and then became one of our best pitchers. 3.19 ERA. To lead the majors in wins, that is pretty impressive. So I'm just hoping he can build on it more than anything. I have, no expectations he's going to turn right back around and be a 20-game winner again. That rarely happens. But if you're telling me Kyle Wright is a 16-game winner next season and has a great ERA and his stuff is working, I'd be very happy with that.
So I know certainly this team is going to be able to smack that ball around now with not having to deal with the shift. We talked about it yesterday. The idea that, Matt Olson might now have a tremendous, maybe he jumps up 10 to 15 points average-wise, And Vaughn Grissom is still, we're big fans of the guy, but you still got to come up with those RBIs and that production for Dansby. I'm still worried about that.
It's fair. Dansby was a 100 RBI guy, man. I mean, whether you like it or not, 95 to 100 RBI. Who's producing that? Who's producing?
That's just it. I mean, and look, Ozuna, the best thing that could happen is Ozuna And this is terrible. That's why I hate the guaranteed contract in baseball. He basically admitted he'd been goofing off since he got the $90 million deal, not to mention the off-the-field stuff. But now,
Ozuna with the Braves.
But now he's going to put some work into it. Okay. I mean, the guy at one point was actually a Gold Glove outfielder. You can look it up back in his early days in Miami. But anything you get from Ozuna is going to be, let's be honest, is gravy. And they're going to do kind of a platoon out there in left. The catcher situation is great. I'm happy with Little D hitting the DH almost every other night. So that's a situation where I think the catcher's going to be better defensively. We're going to be able to steal bases, but teams might not be able to steal bases against us. So that's something to be excited about.
Coming up, we're going to talk with Connor Riley from Dog
That's right,
Nation.
Snit.
Connor's going to join us from Dog Nation coming up at 4:20. Herm Edwards. And if you're just joining us, by the way, just for being cool, man, just for listening to the coolest show on the air, we're going to give you some Snoop Dogg tickets. They are on the way as well. Between now and 6:30, because we're done at 6:30. Hawks play tonight against the Wizards, so we're done a little bit early, but we're going to give a pair of tickets away today. And by the way, it's Snoop Dogg, Wiz Khalifa, Too Short, Warren G. It's the high school reunion tour, and it's going to be at Lakewood Amphitheater. So if you want those tickets, stay tuned here to Dukes and Bell. All right, coming up, we got Yeah Man, No Man on the way. We'll find out what the latest is with Beau. And also, Mike, we got to talk about the SEC to discuss an 8 or 9 game conference schedule.
Come on, take it right to 10. Don't even monkey around. Jump in the deep end.
Brian Kelly's in on 9. We think Nick Saban's in on 9.
All right.
We're going to ask Connor Riley more about this, but that is a conversation the SEC's got to have. Oklahoma and Texas are coming, guys, and they're coming sooner than we thought. When we come back, Beau is next.
Here with my family.
Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Coming up, Herm Edwards is going to join us. 4:20. We're going to talk to Connor Riley. What is the SEC going to do when it comes to the amount of games once Texas and Oklahoma joins the conference? And it's going to happen in 2024, not 2025.
Right.
It's something coaches have been talking about. We'll chop that up and also talk about the Pro Day with Connor Riley. Guys, if you're just joining us, coming up at 5, Mike and I will go in depth into this Calvin Ridley expose, this apology that he wrote for the Players Tribune. I do think it's great, simply because I feel like you needed to do this, not only for himself, but for the fans of Atlanta. Most of us feel like he let us down, and you wonder what the hell was going on with Calvin Ridley. We're going to dive into that coming up at 5 o'clock as part of our Falcon Report. Right now, let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man.
Kind of makes me wonder why the hell so many people are trying to tell me to slow down. Seems like they should be shutting the hell up and enjoying the show.
He's 6'1". Not really. From Florida, Kennesaw State, and gives rapid fire questions. It's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Beau Morgan. Brought to you by the W Sauce, America's Worcestershire Sauce. Bigger, better, bolder.
All right, Beau, what's happening today, my man? How are you?
Man, I'm good. The pollen count, Chris, get ready, is a lot lower today, which is, you can tell, like, I feel, Mike can tell you, I'm ready to go. Yesterday, I was dragging.
Yeah. Also, it'd be a good name for a rap star. Yesterday, you were like little snotty.
Little snotty.
I'm surprised it's not been done yet. There's little Uzi, little Nas, little Nas X.
Wouldn't that be funny? Like, live at State Farm, Nas, and little snotty. Just throwing it out there. Anyway, back to you, Beau.
Featuring little Uzi.
Easy.
No, that's the real name, little Uzi.
Okay.
Chris, back me up.
You're half right. It's Lil Uzi Vert, Beau. So if you're gonna beckon his name, at least get it right.
Yeah, but they call it short. But little Uzi Vert is just, you go short, little Uzi. So,
Right.
See?
The Lil is the shortened version.
No, it's little Uzi.
By the way,
don't
Carl,
correct me on my rappers.
G Money, my buddy who works at V103, we ran up the flagpole the idea of doing a John Morant fake commercial for Beretta, and it was shot down. Pardon the pun. and now back to SquidBilly.
You know what? Gordon texted me with that, and I told him no to begin with. So the fact I'm going to have a conversation with him, the fact that he went over around me to still try to make that happen.
This was a conversation on the escalator. Now, Grant, for the old station I used to work at, Grant did a lot of the voices for me on the bits we used to do. Bits, Carl, you can't do today, needless to say. But it would have been a real laugh riot for some of the audience. But never mind. Back to you now. We really get into Yeah Man, No Man.
Yeah, that's not happening. All right. So the Clippers they've got a new arena that they're working on, and Steve Ballmer is their owner, and they were at an event yesterday, Chris would call it a groundbreaking ceremony, but that's not what the story said. So it was a construction milestone ceremony. Tough guy. Anyways, this guy fills in one time for John Chuckery and thinks he's a top guy over here. All right, anyways. And he was very, very excited about one part of this building.
Toilets! 1,160 toilets and urinals! 3 times the NBA average number of toilets and urinals. We do not want people waiting in line. We want them to get back to their damn seats at the end of the half before the game.
Wow. Toilets?
I retweeted this yesterday. Ballmer, for those who know, he was Microsoft. I always forget where he came up. Microsoft side. So he was one of those guys. They always have those videos that go viral, Carl, when they would launch a product back in the 90s, and there's like 5 white guys on stage all dancing with no rhythm.
Yeah.
Anyway, but Ballmer's the guy that came in and saved the day and probably overpaid for the Clippers so they could get Sterling the hell out of there. And, yeah, they haven't won it all yet, but he's a fan's fan. And the idea that, yes, more bathrooms so you're not jammed up waiting. They'll have more bathrooms than any other arena in the NBA. They're moving out of Staples, creating their own facility.
Not just more, Carl. 3 times the NBA average.
Toilets!
Wow. Well, you know what? There is something to be said about going and not having to wait.
No, there is. I just think 3 times the NBA average. Who Who knows this? How do you know that? How is that a stat?
Well, listen,
Three times.
These architectural firms who build these arenas, right? They're like, what's in the newest arena? And they go, well, they've got 650 toilets. I want 1,000. That's how this works.
Yeah, I love it. Let me tell you something. The enthusiasm that he has for going to the bathroom and getting in and out of quickly.
No, but I got to be honest. Anytime you're at an arena, and again, State Farm is really good, and I'm blessed where I sit. You get in and out real quick because my seats are right in front of they were right in front of where the swag shop is. I'm out, Trey. But anyway, it's always easy.
I don't play for you.
I don't buy tickets for you either anymore. But it's where I sit for the Falcons. It's great to have that access for the bathroom where it's like you can be during a TV timeout, which is what generally 3.5 minutes, Beau. You can get down there, get in the men's room, go get a brew, get back in the seat.
Remember when they built Mercedes-Benz and everybody, we had all these folks on that were part of the process of building the new stadium. And I don't know if you guys remember this. And part of the big discussion was that you were going to be able to go and watch the game while you were going to the restroom.
Mm-hmm.
And that they were going to have TVs. There were going to be enough TVs in the restroom. And it was such a big deal because we didn't have that at the Georgia Dome. And so now it was like, don't worry, you won't miss a minute of the game. As you go to the restroom, you'll be able to watch. And now I think about it, and it's just second nature. You go to the restroom and the game's on. You don't even think about it.
Well, you also get the radio call from this United, Mike Conti, and Jason Longshore. For his Falcons, we have Arch and Wes. And in State Farm Arena, you get Steve Holman.
Right.
So it's I love hearing my radio voice while I'm at the urinal with all the toilets. Wish they had 3 times the average of others. I don't know. I think MBS has a ton of toilets.
Toilets. No, I've never. No, again, but you've got to time it out. You see, this is where the rookie fan, when you don't know that there's the 2-minute warning and you don't know what's going down. Again, real quick, our old producer Arthur Trish, if you ever want to know when it's time to head to the men's room, he is the guy with the giant Day-Glo oven mitts. And when you see him and the guy with the red hat on the field, that means Carl, a TV timeout is coming.
Yes.
So he's usually on the visitor side, somewhere on the 20. But it's the 30-yard line. So whenever you see those guys on the field, now you've got a window to go use the men's room or grab a cold one.
Yeah, but you can't leave until the referee punches out, or they might not grant that timeout, Michael. Trust me, as the executive producer of Falcons Radio, I will tell you it's not always granted.
But I do like the fact in the college game, by the way, we're just talking about how, for those who don't know, when you see the digital scoreboard that they've got, kind of like the what they use in soccer for substitutions. They put that on the field with the ref, Carl, so you know exactly how much time you got during the timeout.
I wish NFL would do that.
Right.
I think actually, we were at one stadium that did it. I want to say it might have been Baltimore that did that, but all stadiums should adopt it. The college game, to Mike's point, is brilliant with that.
Toilets.
All right, guys.
Again, Steve Ballmer, he wants you to be able to not make number 1 and 2 and miss the action.
Yeah, and by the way, again, I commend Steve Ballmer for putting 3 times the NBA average. We're going to have to talk to Steve Koonin and see where they rank with the toilets and the NBA average, because I'm very interested now in the State Farm Arena, because as we all know it was freshly renovated. So
I'm a big fan of a happy end.
Thank you, Steve.
We all are.
If you have enough toilets, I guess you can make that happen. All right, guys, as always, Yeah Man, No Man is brought to you by the W Sauce, America's Worcestershire sauce. It's bigger, better, bolder. So get over to WSauce.com, find a retailer near you. And don't forget about my friends at the Georgia Hemp Company. Go online at thegeorgiahempcompany.com. Use the code SquidBilly10 for 10% off your order today. And I think both of those, they all have plenty of toilets. Turtle, hit Mr. Squid's music.
Toilets!
Now, not enough toilets at Bobby Dodd, I could argue, Carl, when we had the United games out there back in the day.
You're right. No,
you would miss a lot of the action.
Yeah, because, and again, it's so crowded. Everybody's, you're elbow to elbow. You're trying to get in. You're trying to get out. There's no TVs in there. I want luxury.
And at a tech game now, it's tough, Carl. Everybody with their walkers, it really does clog up the line getting in the men's room.
That's not right.
What?
Hey, coming up, we're going to talk to Connor Riley, the latest on the Dogs as they get ready for their pro day, and what is the amount of games we're going to see the SEC move to. We'll talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Teams will say one thing. We'll find out who's interested and who's not. But, Mike, I don't know how any Falcon fan could say out loud that Desmond Ridder is better than Lamar Jackson and be taken seriously. I don't know how any Falcon fan who is against the idea of us even just approaching this could look themselves in the mirror and say, yeah, I mean, we got Dez.
Are you going to be able to depend on him to stay healthy? And you'll basically have to be perfect in everything you do in the draft and free agency because you're going to have no wiggle room because all of a sudden your cap space goes.
This is Dukes and Bell
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Herm Edwards coming up here in 20 minutes. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We'll get Herm's opinions on this situation with Lamar Jackson. I'm curious to know what he thinks about it. And, you know, more importantly, as we said yesterday, all the teams allegedly saying that they're out or not going to even, attempt to contact Lamar and to talk about what the possibilities are. I'm not a true believer in all of that, but we'll see how it shakes out. There's a chance he could end up back with the Ravens for $32 million, which is why they did put the non-franchise or non-exclusive tag on him, Mike. We'll see how that shakes out. We'll talk with Herm Edwards coming up in 20 minutes. Right now, let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
All right, let's talk to our man Connor Riley from Dog Nation. And Connor, a lot going on. We're getting ready for the pro day. But before we get to all of that, part of Mike and I's conversation has been about Jalen Carter. And is this done? Is the information done as far as what we didn't know? And is there going to be a new bombshell report that comes out? Is this pretty much over from the standpoint of the news aspect of this with Jalen Carter?
Yeah, that's my understanding of it. He's got an arraignment on April 18th, and we'll see if anything additionally comes out of that. But if they were going to charge him with anything else, I like to think that they would have done so when he was first charged last Wednesday with reckless driving and racing misdemeanor charges in that aspect. Again, with the high-profile nature of this case, the fact that the AJC had the story that they had out on it last Wednesday, if there were more to charge him with, I believe they would have done so, and that would have already come out. In talking to people, with regards to the NFL, obviously they're still gathering information on this, but it sounds like if these are the only two things that have come up with regards to Jalen Carter from the night of the January 15th car accident that claimed the lives of Devin Willock and Chandler LaCroix, if that's it, I don't think it's going to greatly impact his draft status all that much. I don't think he was ever going to be the number one overall pick because I think a team would have ultimately traded up to get a quarterback there. But it sounds like, from my understanding, if this is the extent of these charges against Jalen Carter, which I believe that to be the case, then he'll probably still end up being a top pick. And quite frankly, I think he's going to be a top 6 or top 5 level pick.
I know that some folks were circling with the knives of the national media, but what did you think of Kirby's response when he finally did speak about all the stuff?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a measured response. It's I don't necessarily know the right word for it, but, you bring in a guy like Mark Schlabach, who's a respected journalist with ESPN. You run the interview on the 6 p.m. Sports Center on Friday. It shows you're at least willing to open yourself up to media. Look, he's going to have obviously a lot more to say on this when he meets with the media in Athens next Tuesday. Obviously there's parts of it that I'm sure he's going to say, it's still an ongoing investigation in that part. And this is a personal, Kirby doesn't need to open up his program, open up the books to media members in there, but I do think that there's, especially in situations like this where it seems like every national media Yahoo out there wrote the same lazy column that Kirby has a culture program there. When you have a lack of transparency in your program, that's what sort of you allow people to do. I personally don't believe that Kirby has a culture problem in this program. When you have 18 to 22-year-olds, they're going to do things like this. I know when I was 18 to 22, I had friends that were driving fast and were willing to race and things along the lines of that. It's unfortunate that the event that happened. But at the same point in time, I think Kirby answered some of the questions he's obviously going to have to answer and continue to answer more. And it's just clear that this Georgia program is going to have to be a lot more buttoned up following these events. And, look, there are kids racing on every college campus, and that doesn't excuse what happened. It's just sort of the reality of the situation. You hear every Georgia player, I believe, was asked in some aspect, does Georgia have a cultural problem? Is there something wrong with the culture of Georgia? I don't believe that to be the case. I think these, as Stetson Bennett said, are isolated incidents with individuals. and not something systemic of a larger issue when it comes to the University of Georgia.
We're talking with Connor Riley from Dog Nation here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And the other thing in regards to Georgia is the upcoming Pro Day. And what do you expect there? What do you expect from guys who want to maybe run better, show the scouts that they missed something at the Combine? Who needs to be better at their Pro Day than they were at the Combine, in your opinion?
I think Keely Ringo's a guy to monitor there. Yes, he ran very well, ran a 4.36. I think he's got a chance to show some of the fluidity in terms of the agility drills and also the position drills there. I don't think he solidified himself as a first-rounder, certainly in the way that Nolan Smith and Darnell Washington did in that aspect. I think Chris Smith and Kenny McIntosh are probably going to want to have better showings. Neither of them ran well, but neither of them were ever going to run well. These are not super-plus athletes in that aspect, and they're better, in my opinion, football players than, true athletes in terms of testing and spandex and underwear Olympics and things like that you've heard of the Combine before. And then the big thing, what does Jalen Carter do? He had previously said that he wasn't going to work out at the Combine. He was going to work out at Georgia's Pro Day. There are going to be a lot of eyes on him there, and I imagine it to be one of the more packed Pro Days in the history of Pro Days. And, I could see wherever he elects not to work out and just not have to deal with the questions and things of that nature that come with that. But there are going to be a lot of NFL teams interested in seeing him getting a look under the proverbial hood, so to speak. And so it's going to be really, really interesting what Jalen Carter decides to do next Wednesday, March 15th, with Georgia's Pro Day.
I know they rolled with Jordan Schaefer. He was a fifth-round pick, right? And he did not have a chance to really kind of crack the starting lineup. And again, everyone develops at their own pace. What about a guy like Broderick Jones going to the next level?
Yeah, so I think Broderick Jones, I personally believe he should be the first offensive lineman taken in this draft. I know a lot of people like Peter Skarnowski, Paris Johnson. I think Broderick Jones is just scratching the surface in terms of what he can do as a football player. And you've seen him play in big spots before and come up big. Getting thrust into the national championship game against Alabama, and really, if you look at the rushing splits before he came in and after he came in, the way he really opened things up there. He's a super athletic dude, but I think he's going to be able to handle some of these elite pass rushers that he's going to see at the next level. But the area where he was best in college was his ability to get downfield as a run defender and really open things up and manhandle linebackers and safeties there, not just get his hands on them, but finish them and put them through the ground. I think Broderick Jones is everything a team should be looking for in a first-round offensive tackle. He actually measured in bigger at the Combine than he had been listed at UGA. He was listed at 6'4". He measures in at 6'5", which I think is a clear, dividing line of marcation in terms of what teams look for in tackles. He's got 34-inch arms. He's everything I think physically you'd want in an offensive tackle, and I think when teams get down to sit with him, they're really going to like his makeup and what he's going to be able to do, and what he's also, I think, going to continue to grow into in terms of being a left tackle at the next level.
Connor Riley, our guest, guys. We're talking all things SEC, all things Dogs. Bryant Kelly of LSU told ESPN on Monday that he's in favor of facing a 9 games in the league schedule, and he wants to keep Alabama as their permanent opponent. But he says, quote, I want to play the best. Okay, so we know Texas and Oklahoma are coming. And, Connor, we've been having this conversation for 2 years thinking we wouldn't have to have it until 2025. They're coming in a year early. Where does the league go when it comes to this scheduling situation?
Yeah, the SEC, I believe, wants to go to a 9-game schedule. And the reason doing so is because there's somewhat of a belief that going to a 9th game, getting an extra SEC game, allows them to go back to ESPN and renegotiate their television contract. That's what's driving all of this, and the ability to do that. I think ultimately they're going to go to a 3 permanent rivalry system and setup. That is, again, not official, but that is my understanding of the situation. We'll see what Georgia ultimately ends up doing in terms of who their 3 are. I feel very confident that Florida and Alabama are going to be 2 of them. I think a lot of people would like to see Tennessee. I don't think Tennessee is going to be one of the permanent rivals for Georgia. I think South Carolina, maybe even Kentucky, is a more possible option in that. But I do think we're going to go to a 9-game schedule, and one of the difficulties in this is balancing, who are those permanent rivals, but also, okay, so let's say, Alabama, because I know Nick Saban has raised complaints about this. Right. You're playing Tennessee, LSU, and Auburn on a yearly basis. Well, yes, you're seeing them every year. That also means you're more likely on an every other year schedule. You're more likely to see, the Vanderbilts, Missouris, Kentuckys of the world. But also, because you're playing those three teams every year, they're not going to load you up with 1 year where you're playing Oklahoma, Texas, Georgia, and Florida all at once. Like, the SEC, while I understand some people not wanting to play a loaded schedule, the SEC is going to do the best job they possibly can in making these future 9-game schedules, I believe, as balanced as they can from top to bottom. Because ultimately, yes, you have people like Brian Kelly, and I think the average college football fan in general, they want to see the best teams play the best teams. We're also going to want to try and make it fair so that everyone has an equal shot of ultimately winning the SEC championship, even if we know that to be something that's not really possible given the talent makeup that Georgia and Alabama compared to, say, a Vanderbilt and a South Carolina.
Is it partly, as Connor Riley joins us, guys, Connor Riley on Twitter for all you Dog Nation fans, that they don't really make any more money? I read a few articles that said that if they go jump from 8 to 9 with the way their TV package, they don't really, it doesn't behoove them because they don't get more loot over it.
Right. If they just go from 8 to 9, what the league wants to do is renegotiate that television deal to get more money.
Right.
And if ESPN says no to that, because ESPN Disney is who negotiated their deal and who their deal starting, I believe, in 2024 will be with. If they just say, no, we're not going to renegotiate this, then maybe perhaps you see them a more willingness to go to an 8-game schedule. But the belief is that if you can get to 9 games and you can get more money from ESPN because you're adding an extra SEC game every year, that's extra inventory for ESPN, that's the driver of that. But ESPN could very easily say, no, we're not going to renegotiate this deal, and then the SEC is going to have a decision to make. And in that circumstance is where it becomes much more appealing to have, say, an 8-game schedule where you have teams at the bottom of the rung, Arkansas, Mississippi State, that they need that extra non-conference game, make it a little bit easier. That way they can get to 6 wins and get to a bowl game and get the bowl revenue that comes with that.
Connor, it's always a pleasure to talk with you. We'll talk next week about Dominic Lovett, named the top 5 transfer. We've got other things we'll be talking about, the pro day, lots to get to as Georgia continues its offseason. And before you know it, it'll be G-Day, the big spring game.
And Connor, real quick, Carl asked me, put me on the spot. I say 9. 9 Georgia Bulldogs. 9 make it to the NFL. They get drafted. What do you say?
We had 12 guys at the Combine. I will take 10.
Okay.
I think they have 10 guys drafted. I think Robert Beau gets drafted. It'll be interesting to see if they draft the kicker and Jack Podlesny, but right. I'll probably say no there. But I think 10 guys ultimately get drafted from this team.
Great stuff, Connor. We'll talk to you next week. Appreciate it, man. Tell the people where they can follow your stuff.
Yep, follow us for that kick on Riley. Spring practice starts next Tuesday. As you guys mentioned, pro day is on Wednesday. Going to be a ton of Georgia news out there, and we'll have the latest for you at Dog Nation.
All right, appreciate you, man. Coming up, guys, he told us a long time ago, you play to win the game. Are we playing to win the games? We'll talk to Herm Edwards next.
Mercy. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Listen, when we have things going on around the NFL, we like to bring on experts, guys who have done it, who have been in the game, guys like Herm Edwards from ESPN. And Herm, it's good to have you back on the show. I got to ask you, what the hell is going on with all these teams saying they don't want to talk to Lamar Jackson? I don't understand it, Herm. What do you make of it?
Well, when this all came out yesterday, I was a little bit puzzled. I can't recall when free agency started, and that's supposed to start Monday, that even before it started, a guy like Lamar Jackson is being talked about as we're not in. And I'm like, really? Is this a new league? I don't understand, especially in the NFC South. You look at the NFC South, and I said 2 days ago, I was on and I said, look, in the clubhouse leader right now is the Saints. They got Carr. They got a quarterback. So we know all these other teams are probably looking for a quarterback. And then now of them, they're saying, well, no, we're not in. So that means that obviously they're going to draft a quarterback.
The thing is, Herm, I guess I've read a lot of things saying that maybe the owners are pushing back because they hated that Jimmy Haslam gave the kind of contract he did to Deshaun Watson. And I mean, I don't want to say collusion yet, but, man, it looks fishy. And let me ask you this. Should Lamar have an agent? Would that have made any difference in this whole situation?
Well, I think it wouldn't have become personal because the agent is always the buffer, right? And the agent can go out and visit with the market. Can you imagine a player trying to do his own contract in today's world? He doesn't know all the GMs. He doesn't know all the people that are involved when it comes to a contract. Baltimore, he does. But trying to go somewhere else and trying to feel the pulse of what other teams are looking at and talking to those people, he doesn't have those connections. And so if you sit in there and all of a sudden it becomes personal, and let's just say for Baltimore's sake, they say, look, we're not guaranteeing you a contract. There's only been one in the league. And by the way, in the last 2 seasons, you've missed 5 games. You missed 10 games in the last 2 years when we were trying to make a playoff run. You don't travel with the team in December to go to Cincinnati with us. All these things start coming up in these meetings, and you take it personal.
Yeah, it's and it has become personal. Herm, I said both sides are dug in. That's part of the problem here as to why they didn't get a deal done over the last 25 months. Herm Edwards joining us here on Dukes and Bell. We're talking all things NFL, Lamar front and center because of all the things that have happened here over the last 24 hours. But as we talk about, the Falcons, I want to get your opinions on our team. What do you think about what the Falcons are? Because part of the issue for me, Herm, is you go get a guy like this, and it creates a buzz and excitement that this team hasn't had in many, many years. And it's something that the team and the city is lacking right now, which is what's bugging me about this.
Well, not only do you get him, you let him wear number 7. And you know who wore number 7 the last time they were down there?
Yes, sir.
That was that Michael Vick fella, right? You want to give him a buzz? and actually, if you sign it, have Michael Vick at the signing date giving him the jersey.
Yes. Let's make something of it.
Yeah, I mean, Herm, we got some nice pieces. But you as a head coach, as a head coach for all those years, Desmond Ridder started a ton of games at Cincinnati. He's a third rounder. If he's a first rounder, it's different. But is 4 games enough to know what you got?
No.
Nope.
No. Look. It really, you know, the quarterback position in 4 games, you can't tell a whole lot. I mean, look, we're talking about the kid coming out of Florida, right?
Right.
And he's only played basically 13 starts.
Right.
And we know he's raw. He's a talented guy. Obviously, he checks all the boxes as far as talent wise. But when you turn the tape on, he's a raw player. I mean, and you know. The problem with the quarterback position is this, guys. You know this. He plays with the ball. That affects your whole team. What he does with the ball, the decisions he makes with the ball, right? That's the position, and this is why the position is always overpaid. Because when you have a quarterback, you can set your team. Now your team is set. Now you can go get pieces, but the big piece is the quarterback.
Atlanta. Did you hear that?
Yep.
The big piece is the quarterback. It's Herm Edwards.
And they're probably going to try to get one in the draft, right? We know that. The Falcons are going to be sitting there, and they're going to try to get a quarterback in the draft. There's some young quarterbacks that are coming out that will be terrific. But here again, You start a rookie quarterback, get ready, because it's going to be tough.
It is.
By the way, the Bryce Young stuff, as we're talking to Herm Edwards guys, 10 years in the league, coaching college, coaching the pros. Do you feel the Bryce Young thing is the size thing is one thing if you can move like a guy like Kyler Murray, but he's truly a pocket passer. We compare him to a guy like Drew Brees. Nice comparison. But do you think it's much to do about nothing, his size?
No, size, some people will shy away from it. I'm not saying he's not a good player. But at the end of the day, do you want a 5'10" quarterback that weighs 195 pounds? You got to ask yourself that. And it's okay. If you're okay with it, Anthony Richardson is 6'4", he's 240, and he runs 4.4. Or do you want a 5'10" guy that's a good player? He's a good player, boy. He's terrific. Some people say, well, I heard somebody say, well, he's like Steph Curry. I said, yeah, but Steph Curry plays basketball.
That's true. He doesn't get hit. He
don't play. And in basketball, when you're the stars now, I watch basketball. When those guys drive to the lane, they don't knock them down anymore. Back in the 70s and 80s, the guys are on the floor. You go into the paint. They don't do that anymore in basketball, right? But when you look at it, I said, I get that. Look, there is no doubt what that kid did at Alabama. I recruited him when he came out of high school, and he's a fabulous guy. And he's a good player. But the question will be with some teams, yeah, he's a first-round talent, but he's 5'10", he weighs 195 pounds. No, I want a bigger quarterback. And that's okay.
Was that your rule when you were in the league and coaching? Did you have a rule where certain positions, if you didn't fit the stature, I'm not going after you?
That's exactly right. And that doesn't make you wrong. That doesn't make you right. How do you want to build your team? What does it look like? That's what you got to ask yourself. And the quarterback, they come in all different shapes and sizes. Look, if the guy's a winner, he can win. He can do all that. I'm not saying he might light it up and be a Pro Bowl guy. But the thing you're always going to have to wonder is this: if it doesn't work out, you drafted a 5'10" quarterback, and that's what people say.
Right.
If you draft a 6'4" quarterback and it doesn't work out, well, it wasn't a big athlete, didn't work out. But you draft a 5'10" guy, right?
It covers
you
your
draft
butt.
a 5'10" guy, everybody's looking at you like, hey, man, is this thing going to work?
Hey, man, it is Herm Edwards, man. We always love getting Herm on the show. And that's the thing about Anthony Richardson. You touched on his lack of experience, tremendously inconsistent, but you look at the guy's size and you're like, wow, I mean, this dude can be running over people as opposed to what you just talked about Bryce Young.
Yeah, and Bryce Young is polished. He's got a lot of poise. Look, he played in the SEC. I get it. I understand all that. I'm not taking anything away from this young man. He's going to get drafted in the first round. But everybody's going to watch and going to look the next 4 years. How is he playing? Is he in the league? Has he been injured? These quarterbacks now, I mean, you got big people on the other side of the ball that can run fast. They're big, man. You look at some of these linebackers and some of these defensive ends and linemen now. I mean, guys, they're running 4'6", weighing 315 pounds. I'm like, what is this? It's a different league than it was 20 years ago.
It is. It's Herm Edwards, guys. Herm, are the Jets a quarterback away? The next domino to fall or drop is going to be Aaron making his decision. We know Woody Johnson flew out in Cali to see him. Yeah. We were discussing this on the show earlier. I want your opinion on this. I know they got some talented young players. Is Aaron Rodgers get them to the Super Bowl?
Wait a minute now. I'll say this. Aaron Rodgers gives them a chance. To obviously win the division. Okay, and some people say maybe they're the favorite. I do know this. When you look at the AFC, close your eyes and listen to these names. Okay? You got Allen. You got Tua. You got Burrows. If Lamar, if he goes back, you got Lawrence. You got Mahomes. You got Herbert. That's the gauntlet of quarterbacks you're dealing with. In the AFC. That's the AFC.
Yeah.
There's a lot of quarterbacks over there now. Now, Aaron Rodgers?
Right.
Look, this offense, 17 points a game to Jets. 31st in red zone. Can't score points. 28th on third down. Your offense is better. There's no doubt about that. But now you got a chance. But it's not like, okay, Aaron Rodgers walks in, we're going to the Super Bowl. You got to go through a lot of quarterbacks over there, right? He gives you a chance. He gives you a fighting chance. The offense is set. Offensive coordinator was his coach in Green Bay, Hackett.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers is a guy, he's listening to all this. Trust me, guys. he has something. If he decides to go there, he's going to say, okay, I heard what everybody's saying. I got something to prove. When he has something to prove, he's been the MVP. So it's one of those things. But the problem is this, guy. You don't know after the Jets leave, is he going back in the cave? Don't know.
And that's just it.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if he can handle the heat. I know some guys feel to roll off his back because he doesn't care, but that New York media, you know what it's like, Herm. That's a meat grinder.
Oh, I tell you what, you got to put your boxing gloves on when you're walking there now. You got to be ready.
Hey, real quick, just as a former head coach, and how much were you involved with your general manager at the Combine? And did you fall in love with guys at the Combine, or was it still all about the tape and their 4 years or 3 years in college?
No, you know what, and you make a great point, because you can fall in love with guys. And the tape always bails you out. But if it's close, the guy you feel comfortable with, that's the guy you're going to draft. Because there's this thing of just, okay, I feel good about this guy. You know, just I like this guy on our football team. I think he can help my football team. Look, Aaron Rodgers will help the Jets. Aaron Rodgers will get the locker room excited. There's no doubt about that. Does his personality fit in that locker room? Don't know that. So all these things become a factor. Players, and you got to know this, it's probably a one-year deal. He might play 1 year and say, I'm done, I'm out.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No long-term future there.
They ain't saying anything. Aaron, he comes. That's all. We're gonna sign him to a 3-year deal. Oh, really? You it's a 1-year deal.
Herm, before we let you go, you've seen a lot of football in your life. If you are the Atlanta Falcons, do you at least pick up the phone and call Lamar?
Look at here. Starting Monday, he getting the phone call.
Okay.
I'm going to at least have a conversation.
That's all I need to hear.
I'm going to at least have a conversation.
That's all I need to hear.
I ain't going to say no. Look, and they might already have their plan. Look, I'm not trying to get that organization. Look, they got to do what they got to do. But for teams already to be saying they're out, that was kind of strange to me. Have you ever heard that?
No.
Collusion.
Think about that.
Collusion.
Never.
Guys. It's just like, why are you out? I mean, I get it. I mean, I know there's 5 young quarterbacks. Look, I'm going to tell you something. That kid, Hendon Hooker, who's hurt.
Yeah. Tennessee.
Look out for that guy. That guy's a good quarterback, man. I mean, he's not in the first round, not second, around the third round or something. If you need a young guy that you're willing to develop and let him sit for a year, he's the guy you got to look at now.
Hendon Hooker had a great year. Bills, Broncos, Browns, Cardinals, Chiefs, Cowboys, Giants, Rams, Saints. They all got quarterbacks. Bengals, Chargers, Eagles, all have guys on rookie deals that are going to get paid. Jags. That's it. Everybody else is looking for one, including us. All right, Herm, we got to run, man. We appreciate you as always. Herm Edwards, great work. Continued success. We look forward to our next visit.
Appreciate you.
Cool. All right, guys, you want tickets to go check out Snoop Dogg, Wiz Khalifa, Too Short, Warren G. It's happening Wednesday, August 9th, 2023 at Lakewood Amphitheater. Tickets go on sale March 10th at 9 a.m. on Ticketmaster. We're giving you a chance to win 2 right now for listening to Dukes and Bell. 404-741-0929. Caller 7 is going to win tickets to go see Snoop Dogg. Mike, what do we got coming up in Guy Talk?
You're never going to believe who's getting into the vodka seltzer business. I'll tell you that. And Carl, we've heard of Cocaine Bear. In Cincinnati, it's Cocaine Cat. Next.
to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready? On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk. Never mind. It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, buddy. Hump Day. Hope everybody's having a good one. Carl, remember last time I had some sod delivered to the dojo? These are the conversations Carl and I have. We used to have conversations like, we'll meet you at the Cheetah. Now I'm putting fescue in. But anyway, it came early. The delivery came like 4 days early.
Really?
Yes, it did. Unless I missed an email or something. So, needless to say, I was doing some roto-tilling with a gas-powered tiller, SquidBilly. No electric battery-powered stuff today. With my father-in-law, who used to own a farm that was 400 acres, over my shoulder like Sergeant Hulk, and Straps going, slow down, you're tilling too fast. So I had that going for me today, but I got like all this, literally like 1,000 square feet of stuff just showed up at the house.
So who's going to help you with this?
I got a guy. A dude, Jesse, who does a really, by the way, he's a big listener, and he's studying to be an EMT.
Okay.
And he works like 3 jobs, and I'm going to give him a nice big tip on this one, but great job, so I just wanted to give him a shout out. But yeah, man, so you'd be proud of me, Squid. Gas powered. Of course, I poured gas all over myself. Now I stink. You can't get that smell off, by the way. It never comes off.
Well,
you can use borax. You can use the smell. I can still smell it, right? I can't get that smell off your hands.
Well, Mike, you're supposed to pour it in the tank, not on yourself.
And there's always some overflow. It was a gallon tank. Anyway, I'm the hell with this. I'm not going to argue with
Well, this is why you should use gas-powered products more. You'd actually know how to put gas in the tank.
That's why you use battery power. You don't have to deal with all this crap and the inconvenience, Carl.
That's right.
Right, Chris? Thanks, Chris. Hey, man, how about if I told you one of your favorite 90s drinks, and maybe even for kids in the 80s, that was always tasty? You come running home to mom, and maybe you played baseball in the old days or whatever, hoops, and like, hey, we got any Sunny D in the fridge?
Oh, yeah, Sunny D.
Sunny D is now in the vodka seltzer business.
Oh, is it really?
Yes, apparently a lot of people have been using Sunny D as a mixer, which, again, like an orange mixer of some sorts, whatever the flavor would be. So the new hard seltzer will come out like they're selling most of these guys in a pack of 4. Features the signature tangy orange flavor. So if you remember your Sunny D when you were a kid, now it comes with vodka, 95 calories, and 4.5% alcohol by volume.
Wow.
Which is kind of standard.
It is. Would you want that?
Well, I got to be honest. I think those Trulies have no flavor, but those things are hot, and that kind of started the whole thing just exploding. And I got to be honest with you. I like those Topo Chicos. We've talked about that.
Yes.
Somebody like Squid. What's the ones that you dig? In the suburbs, everybody's drinking these things. If you're on the boat, if you're lucky enough, or in the pool or the beach, it's convenient. But I got to be honest. Yeah, those Topo Chicos aren't bad. The one thing which we've gotten into, as far as I guess technically is a malt beverage. I don't know how you describe the brand. Are those Crown and Colas that we had at the Hawks game a few weeks ago?
Oh, those are the best.
Man, are those good.
Yeah, those are the best, bro. Seriously.
I know that I like Greyhound. It's Dixie Vodka makes a Greyhound one that really tastes good. They also have a Tony Stewart that has an iced tea, which you can't even taste the hooch. Matter of fact, you probably mix that with something and you'd be blotzo. But anyway, Sunny D, apparently a lot of folks said, let's make one because they did some taste testing. And they had participants, 57 more than half said Sunny D vodka seltzer tasted better than the other hard seltzers currently on the market. So I guess they felt they did their market research, their due diligence, and now they're rolling it out.
That's crazy. Listen, everybody's in this. You said it. Everybody's in the seltzer business.
Right.
Mike, obviously, we need to get in the seltzer business. I don't know if we can pull this off. Hey, man, seltzer?
I think, you know what? I mean, I know that they're starting to mess with the seltzer stuff out of the Coney Brewing out there in Greensboro. I'm telling you, man.
We might have to get on this, man.
Can we call it, Hey, Woman? Or is that copyright infringement on Rocky III?
It might be. Yeah, it might be.
Hey, woman, get yourself a real man.
I kind of like that, though.
Right? I mean, if Taylor is listening out there at the brewery, where the wheels are turning, the wheels are churning. Hey, man, we heard about Cocaine Bear. One of Ray Liotta's final movie appearances, by the way, as he passed away recently. And it's gotten some pretty good reviews if you know what you're going to the theater to see. And you're going to get that, which is hijinks, a little bit of The Hangover with a caper and guys and a bear. That is a CGI bear, by the way, not a real bear that's all coked up and doing those things. Well, Ohio authorities outside of Cincinnati had a bit of a cat caper, January traffic stop. An animal jumps out of a car and quickly climbs a tree. And apparently it's a cat, but it doesn't look like your normal garden variety cat. It's got really big ears, and it's got stripes like a cheetah. So what exactly is this thing? Apparently, it's found on a savanna in Africa. It's a hybrid F1 feline is what they describe this thing as.
What is it?
A hybrid F1. Now, again, if you know your felines on the savanna, that's the prairies, the grasslands, whatever, of Africa. It's a cat. It looks like a cross between like a miniature cheetah or something, but like meets a house cat with big ears. I'll post the photo and you guys can decide. Where it gets interesting is when they finally got the guys from animal control to get this critter out of the tree it jumped into. They took it to an animal shelter and eventually they took it to the zoo, and they gave it the once over. And it turns out it had cocaine in its system. Toxicology came back. The animal was positive for narcotics. Unclear how it got the narcotics in its system, but they were able to identify this kind of critter for what it was. And they apparently are working with the owner. Now, I got to be honest. First off, if you got this kind of pet in your house, you're a big baller. And needless to say, the party kind of got a little bit out of control.
It's true.
So it's like, hey, man, let's do some bumps with the cat. So no charges have been filed, by the way. So,
listen, has anybody seen I say this, Cocaine Bear? Like our audience, is it really good?
I've heard mixed reviews, but if you go in knowing what you're getting, you won't be disappointed. If you're looking for Goodfellas, you're not going to get that. So it's more like The Hangover with the CGI bear. Hey man, we don't really do On This Day in History, but I got to drop this one because it's the biggest one of all time for boxing fans. On this date, Carl, in 1971, Smokin' Joe Frazier, unanimous 15-round decision over Muhammad Ali at the Garden, the fight of the century. And as the late, great Bert Sugar said, the winner actually lost the fight and the loser won the fight. If you go and look at the career trajectories between Smokin' Joe and Ali.
Yeah, listen, man, arguably the greatest fight ever.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I think it was, I forget who the referee was in the ring. It was Mercanti, the senior. Said he's seen some of the greatest punches he ever saw thrown in the ring.
Yeah, great stuff. Hey, man, coming up, we're going to talk about something we did not expect to get today, but we got it, and I'm glad we did. Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell.
It's 5 o'clock.
It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report is brought to you by Jack Daniels. Make it count. Jack Daniels, please drink responsibly. And sponsored by MD Anderson Cancer Center on Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. Hope you're having a great day. Lots of stuff going on. Herm Edwards stopped by the show earlier today talking to us about all things NFL. Herm did acknowledge if he's the Falcons, it's at least a phone call. We got to figure it out. And he's talking about Lamar Jackson. We'll let you hear more of what he had to say coming up in 20 minutes here on the show. Mike, the Hawks are in action tonight. They get the Wizards. Last time we couldn't guard Bradley Beal. Right. Hopefully we can do that tonight. We got to find a way to finish, too, because that was another close game. But we're going to talk about the Hawks as well coming up here on the show. Guys, we got something today that we didn't expect to get. And Atlanta was an apology from Calvin Ridley. And if you've not had a chance to go check this out from the Players Tribune, if you've not had a chance to read it, I just suggest that you do. If you say, man, I don't care about Ridley, okay, well then don't. But I got to tell you, when this all went down, Mike and I, we were very disappointed in the fact that he let our team down. He let our city down, and he knows that. But we didn't hear anything from him, and then he got suspended, and now it's all kind of played out, and we know he's moving on to Jacksonville. But, Mike, what did you make of what you heard from Calvin Ridley in this piece? And, guys, it's from him. And it starts out literally with him admitting, I made the worst mistake of my life. I effed up. And I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I made the worst mistake of my life by gambling on football.
It really seems like things overwhelmed Calvin at the time. Now, again, this is his recollection of how things went down, starting with a foot injury, which we were not aware of in 2020, where apparently once he got a second opinion, apparently he was playing with a broken foot.
Right.
And again, now this is Calvin's side of the story. I mean, the organization, a trainer who's no longer with the organization may say otherwise, but we were unaware of that. His home was broken into. He was dealing with a lot of stuff, a lot of stresses. At the time, we were all blindsided by this, and the information which we got from people around the organization they were completely surprised as well. There was a game that was skipped, didn't make the England trip, and then all of a sudden the week of the played the Dolphin game, and the week of the Carolina game, literally within 24 hours of game time, he says he's out. And so at the time, we go with what we know, which is, what the hell is going on here? It sounds like Calvin's flaking out. We've had him on the show half a dozen times. Engaging personality, super positive guy. We love having him on. So now to read all this and to hear what this man was going through, because at the time we go with what we know, didn't know this, and people are getting upset with me because we jumped to conclusions, and we'll talk more about mental health here in a second. But it was interesting to see Calvin be as completely open as you could be about everything going back to his childhood that he's been dealing with, but he still quit on the team, but now I understand why he quit on the team.
And that's the thing. I mean, listen, it doesn't make it right, but just like with everything we talk about, sometimes sorry matters. Sometimes I screwed up matters, and it won't change our outlook as far as where our team goes from here without Calvin Ridley, but I respect him a little bit more because at least this is about accountability. And, Mike, you know on this show we talk a lot about accountability. And when guys have the wherewithal to say, hey, I screwed up, as fans, we got to acknowledge that. Like, we can't just talk bad about these guys and be all on their, on their case when things are not going their way. But then when things are said that you say, oh, I wish this guy would say something. And then they do, we got to acknowledge it. So we're taking a few minutes today to say, Calvin Ridley, we wish you nothing but the best. We didn't know all the things. We knew some of it, but we didn't know all the things that were going on. And now that we do, it at least gives us an explanation. And that's all we, I think, as fans, Mike, want at the end of the day.
Look, and we get it. We have the full spectrum of fans, from fans who are as angry as we were to fans who are saying, look, he doesn't owe you anything. Look, it's all in your perspective how athletes are handled these days. The thing is, the umbrella of mental health. And mental health is a thing which we're all more, I think, aware of than we've ever been in this country. And it's difficult for me to maybe be as empathetic as others are. And I'm working on it, Carl. I'm just being perfectly transparent here.
Sure.
Because I do think sometimes there are people that have legitimate issues. And I think there's people, athletes, actors, that use this stuff as a cop-out. But as soon as you say mental health, that's it. All bets are off. You can't assail the person, and you can't say anything. And we learned with the Simone Biles thing, all the things she went through. It was hard for me at the time. wrap my head around how you only get to be on the Olympic stage every 4 years, and this is when everything overwhelmed you. Then later on, the story was explained, but I'm still working. I'm doing the best I can, folks. I'm trying to be as empathetic as I can. I just felt there's a time and a place, it used to be, where you could deal with a lot of things, and the first things first. Yes, you want to make sure you're healthy and you're in the right place. But I still would like to think sometimes you could battle through adversity. Every case is individual and unique to itself. And we can expect someone to maybe be able to compartmentalize that, or is that now completely off the table? That's I guess where my old way of thinking is become now something which doesn't fly in cancel culture.
Do you think Falcon fans have any empathy here for Calvin Ridley? Do you think they do? Or do you think that most people are like, whatever, I don't care?
Well, I mean, I think people identify with the fans sometimes, and it's crazy. We had guys who were crying over Marcus Mariota. It's like,
That's
okay.
true. That's true.
But people identify, and if you have struggled with mental illness or someone you love, you're certainly more, like, it's you have an experience with a better experience than perhaps I do. And that's why you were more inclined to give Calvin the benefit of the doubt all the way back then, which I was not. And now, based on what Calvin put out there today in the Players Tribune, if that's the way things went down, you can understand he was dealing with a lot of stuff. And I appreciate him being as honest and open about it, so I can help to understand where he was at the time.
404-741-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. Look, we have turned the page. We've got Drake London here. We've got Kyle Pitts. In this Players Tribune piece, he talks about Julio not being here and knowing that he's the number one guy. And, Mike, the part where he talks about being, playing hurt, playing with a broke foot.
See, we never knew that part of the whole thing. Now, again, I would love to know the organization. There was almost complete turnover, including the training staff, right, Beau? From back in that year, the last year of Dan Quinn, when Dan Quinn got fired, and Dimitroff as well.
Yeah, so anyways, if you've not had a chance to read it or check it out, we invite you to. Maybe it gives you a little closure, as I think it did for Mike and I, with where we felt about Calvin Ridley. Because let's be honest, most of us just said, what an idiot. This guy just gambled on the game. He was bored. He's sitting around talking about mental health, and now he's doing this, and he didn't know it, any better. And then you hear all of this other stuff. Again, it doesn't make it right, but I do understand a little bit better.
But you got to say that the mental health aspect of what he was dealing with when he had to walk away from the Falcons midseason is different from gambling, knowing that, as he said in the piece in the Players Tribune, you can't do it. He was just, he put the app on his phone, as he says, deposited $1,500, and he was going to do a parlay, and he said, I put the Falcons on. I was just doing it to root for my boys. I didn't have any inside information. I wasn't even talking to anybody on the team at the time. He said he was totally off the grid. Yeah. But he said that explains, at least that's his version, or that's his reasoning for why it went down.
All right, guys. In other Falcon news, yesterday we talked about Caleb McGarry not being franchise tagged. It's the smart play, because once you do that, then basically you're saying we're willing to pay you the franchise tag money. But, Mike, it doesn't mean that he may not be here. And I think Falcon fans need to understand this, too, as we talk about our Falcon report today. There's a chance that Caleb McGarry may be back. Now, it will be for a lot less than I think what the franchise tag is going to pay. But if you're talking about him signing a 4-year deal, and I've said this, under market value, he wants to be here. He's happy playing for Coach Arden, et cetera, and they can make a deal. That's not out of the question. I know he is technically a free agent, and other teams will be interested, and they can talk to him. But, guys, I got the feeling yesterday and even this morning in talking to people that he's gone, and I don't necessarily know if that's true. This is different because Lamar, who got the non-exclusive franchise tag, if he ends up not getting a deal, he's going to play for the Ravens for $32 million. That is not the case for Caleb McGarry.
No, Caleb McGarry can shop himself around, but there could be an opportunity. No, again, does he feel he's been disrespected twice now? Obviously, because they didn't pick up the option, so this was going to be the scenario. Did he think he may get tagged? There is an impression, and again, Peter King wrote this in the Monday Morning Quarterback, Carl, that a lot of teams are not going to be as aggressive this year in free agency. Now, we can all start to snicker and go collusion across the board, but for some reason, some teams, and then we'll find out who's going to be the first one to jump in. I've never seen anything like the teams, Dolphins, us, Panthers, everybody who literally gave Lamar Jackson the Heisman as soon as that story came out. I've never seen anything like that. We talked to Herm Edwards. He's never seen anything like that. But Caleb McGarry can shop around, and if you can't find a better deal, he can come back to us. And maybe that's the way the Falcons approach it. Maybe Caleb McGarry's market won't be as robust as he thinks.
Is this something you do at 8? Would you do something with a tackle at 8? Not a guard, but a tackle.
I think you could certainly, if you're looking at and where they're falling right now, and more guys have to do their pro days. Paris Johnson from Ohio State, Peter Skoronski, Broderick Jones. Could you trade down a little bit? Maybe somebody wants to grab a quarterback at 8. If you don't, although Herm Edwards thinks we're going to get a quarterback, Rich Eisen thinks we're going to draft a quarterback too. Yeah. But if not the case, you're somebody maybe looking to get into the top 10. I'd take any one of those tackles because those are all guys estimated to be plug and play.
Yeah, and guys, I know it's not sexy. We get it. But if you feel like you're going to have Desmond Ridder as your starter, and many of you do, then you got to be able to protect him. And we can't protect him, meaning we can't have an offense that is stagnant and not explosive because you're afraid to let the quarterback play. Part of last year in these 4 games where he went 2-2, they didn't open his offense up. They didn't let him play.
Again, they did him a disservice. I mean, look, I know it's kind of throwing him in the deep end, but going into New Orleans to play your first pro game, they should have done it against the Bears at Mercedes-Benz, and then we'd certainly have more. We talked about it. 4 games, Herm Edwards agreed. Not enough to know what you got.
All right, we've got an update on John Morant. Will he be charged in Denver? We're going to tell you when we come back, and you will hear the thoughts of Herm Edwards about the free agent market and what these quarterbacks are looking at next.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foy & Associates Personal Injury Law.
Lots of stuff going on, including a longtime college basketball coach calling it quits. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. First, I want to address John Morant. Mike, we talked a lot about it this week and the whole gun situation with him being on IG Live.
Right.
He will not face criminal charges stemming from his IG Live video in which he appeared to display a handgun at a nightclub. So he will not face charges. He still is sitting out for Memphis as we speak. And again, has the NBA spoken to him? I would assume so. Who else has reached out to him? We don't know. But I want to be fair in our coverage because we're fair and balanced about how we take these things on. And listen, Ja being dumb, putting this on IG, live, it was stupid. But at the end of the day, hopefully it's a teachable moment and it's something he learns from, but he's not going to be charged. So now, for everybody who was saying what's going to happen next, what's going to happen next is, whenever he gets reinstated to the team and he starts playing again, hopefully he's got his head on straight. But he said, the whole memo or whatever they put out was, I'm going to take some time for myself.
Yeah, and again, this was not coming from the NBA. It was from the Grizzlies. And, we talked about the timeline. Him and his boys having a dust-up, or his boys having a dust-up with some Pacers, and then eventually somebody decided it'd be a good idea to shoot a laser at them after the game as they're getting on the team bus. Then you throw in the incident at his house where there's a 17-year-old who threatens to come back and light the place up, and then he comes out with the weapon. And then this. And now, again, how you would ever prove he was drunk, because in Colorado, you can't be under the influence when you have a weapon on your hand. But, again, you can't prove that off a video. So even though the rest of the crew was throwing down. This is a thing where somebody's got to have the come-to-Jesus meeting with this guy, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Is there going to be, does Carmelo Anthony or somebody reach out and say, look, young man, you are one of the biggest stars in this league, and this is nonsense?
I hope they do, and I hope it gets through to him. Before we let you hear what Herm Edwards had to say to us, breaking news, Mike, Hall of Famer Jim Boeheim not returning as Syracuse's men's basketball coach.
Yeah, it's been getting really weird. If you hadn't noticed the last couple of years. Again, I grew up with the Big East, so I love this stuff. And Boeheim is a guy, Carl, he's turned into Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino. The last couple of years, he's getting snarky with the college reporters, getting snarky about retirement. Obviously, the team's underperforming. They get beat by Wake on a buzzer beater. So he kind of mumbled through this press conference today, and they asked him if he was retiring. That'd be up to the university. And it is up to the university. And now Bruce Feldman reporting Adrian Autry, the old point guard. Remember he played with the Derek Coleman team.
Oh, yeah. I love those teams.
He was there. I think they crossed over for one season, but Adrian Autry was point guard for the Qs, and he's going to take over as head coach, and he's been an assistant head coach for many, many years. He is 51.
It was time, Mike. It was time.
A lot of guys are going out angry. Gino Auriemma, he's been prickly. Well, he's always been like that. But he's really gone down that road lately, and Boeheim has just been, by all indications, pretty miserable the last few months.
One of the greats, yes.
Well, a great, what it is? Tremendous recruiter. Never really thought he was going to outsmart you with his tactics, other than the zone defense, right?
Yeah, the 2-3. Syracuse was famous for that. Obviously, he coached some great players in the Big East heyday.
Right.
Syracuse was a great watch. They were throwing alley-oops and having fun. But over 1,000 wins in his career. When Coach K retired, I said it was time for Boeheim. They're great friends, and he said, "Well, I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I'm not ready." And I just had this conversation with somebody today. These endings are hard. Nobody hardly ever goes out the way they want, Mike. And when you have a chance to do it your way and say, hey, I'm going to call it quits. I've had a hell of a career. You just stick and stay, and you want to continue to do things your way, and it was time. So Syracuse is going to have a new head coach, and that's a big deal in college basketball, guys, because even though they've been down, it is one of the programs that is one of the most recognizable, the Orange, in college basketball and what they've been able to do over the years, all the tournament runs, etc. All right, let's hear from Herm Edwards because he came on the show earlier today, talked to Mike and I about everything that's going on with teams being out on Lamar. This is what Herm Edwards from ESPN told us about an hour ago.
Well, when this all came out yesterday, I was a little bit puzzled. I can't recall when free agency started, and I was supposed to start Monday, that even before it started, a guy like Lamar Jackson is being talked about as we're not in. And I'm like, really? Is this a new league? I don't understand, especially in the NFC South. You look at the NFC South, and I said 2 days ago, I was on, and I said, look, and the clubhouse leader right now is the Saints. They got Carr. They got a quarterback. So we know all these other teams are probably looking for a quarterback. And then now of them, they're saying, well, no, we're not in. So that means that obviously they're going to draft a quarterback.
So, listen, when you got a guy that's been around the league for 40-plus years and he's like, I've never seen this. Right. I mean, he's not making that up. That's why.
I mean, that's real. It's out there.
It's why Mike and I are like, we don't understand it. But it is what it is. And Herm said, listen, on what Lamar would bring to the city, we asked him just flat out, right? And here was his response.
Well, not only do you get him, you let him wear number 7. And you know who wore number 7 the last time they were down there?
Yes, sir.
That was that Michael Vick fella, right? You want to give him a buzz? and actually, if you sign him, have Michael Vick at the signing date giving him the jersey.
Yes. That's crazy. That's crazy talk.
That's crazy talk. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting that, and look, if you don't want to hear it from me, Peter King, our buddy, Steve Weiss has put it out there. There just seems to be some kind of thing, and I think the Players Association started this, and I just think, Carl, maybe the focal point of this is Lamar and the percentage of guaranteed money. And the NFL is so scared about this that they're going to clap back and they're going to slow roll free agency. Now, again, if we're talking by end of the week about the legal tampering and there are some big deals going down, okay. But it's strange though. I've never seen a star player, whether you think his diminished skills or injury concerns override everything else. I just think it's all about the dollars with Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, Mike, it could easily be. All I'm going to say is, as somebody told me last night, what are they going to say when Joe Burrow gets this money? When he gets 2+, 230, 235, 240 guaranteed? Because he is. I'm telling you guys right now. Now, your answer to that is, well, he's better. That's not what we're talking about. Right. We're talking about a marketplace that is paying quarterbacks this amount of money. And if you're going to do it for one guy, this is the argument, right? Then, hey, we all need to be in this realm. And I talked about the total value of these contracts earlier, where you start looking at the total value of, Kyler Murray's deal, and it's $230 million total value. He's not going to see all of that.
No.
But the reality is it looks good, Mike. Hey, look what my guy got. Look what we just got for Kyler Murray. That's what a lot of these agents are all about. But at the end of the day, Kyler Murray's not going to see a total of 230.
No, it's just the thing which changed everything, guys, is that Jimmy Haslam, the owner of the Browns, $230 million fully guaranteed for Deshaun Watson. And that's what Lamar wants, or something very close to it. And it's just something that's unprecedented. That's why when Haslam did this, you heard owners. I bet you owners, if you had them in a room off the record, they hate Haslam more than they hate Snyder.
And Snyder's about to get got.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Haslam, I mean, this was the one. And this is why when we got into that negotiations about this time last year, apparently, we had no shot at it when you come over the top like they did in this deal for Deshaun.
Herm Edwards also talked about whether he likes Ritter. This was his response.
No.
Nope.
No. Look. It really, you know, it's quarterback position in 4 games. You can't tell a whole lot. I mean, look, we're talking about the kid coming out of Florida, right?
Right.
And he's only played basically 13 starts.
Right.
And we know he's raw. He's a talented guy. Obviously, he checks all the boxes as far as talent-wise. But when you turn the tape on, he's a raw player. I mean, and you know, the problem with the quarterback position is this, guys. You know this. He plays with the ball. That affects your whole team. What he does with the ball, the decisions he makes with the ball, right? That's the position, and this is why the position is always overpaid. Because when you have a quarterback, you can set your team. Now your team is set. Now you can go get pieces, but the big piece is the quarterback.
And we've talked about it. We talked about the size of Bryce Young, and he referred again to Anthony Richardson. That's who coach is talking about it. 6'4", 240. You know, the Cam Newton comps and just the size, the raw talent. You know, but you got to fine tune that, and that's the tremendous, amazing upside of this guy. Which why somebody is going to jump all over that.
404-741-0929. Don't be mad at us. Be mad at Herm. Herm's just telling you what he thinks. And by the way, we asked him if he went into drafts with a certain size and measurables that he wanted on players. He's like, yeah. It doesn't make it right, but that's what I wanted. Right. And a lot of coaches are the same way, which is what a lot of guys are saying about Bryce Young. I do not want a quarterback that's 5'10". I don't care how talented he is. For me, it would be a problem, Mike, because for me, talent overwhelms. I've seen it too many times in my life where guy's smaller, he don't jump as high, but his talent just overwhelms and the dude wins. That's Bryce.
Right. And again, I just think the only difference about Bryce is because of not again, like he can't move, but he's not a guy like he's not the dual threat guy. You know what I mean? That's why Kyler Murray, there was such a hang up on his size, but he can sprint to the outside. He can use that athleticism until, of course, what just happened with the injury. Now you're going to miss him for half the year, which gets you back to, do you invest in running quarterbacks because they never stay healthy? But Bryce Young is the pocket passer. That's why you comp him to Drew Brees and make sure you got a good offensive line, which the Saints always did, and he'll go to work.
Yep, and get the ball out, right? Get the ball out. 404-741-0929. Follow us, man. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up, see Dukes, and this radio show. Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that's going on, like Jim Boeheim, after 47 years. Wow. Is done at Syracuse. They lose in the ACC tournament. He's moved on, or should I say they've moved on. They've already named the new head coach. Hey, it was Harold Atwater. Is that right? Who won the tickets, Chris?
Harold Atwater. He owes me money.
He's going to see Snoop Dogg, the high school reunion tour. Guys already asking, are we going to have more tickets? I don't know. You've got to listen and see if we do. We'll come back. We'll talk some Braves next.
Then things get really good.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
In the air, right field, hit well, and this one is up and out!
It's time for Around the Yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Oh, let's talk some Braves, shall we? Because we have a little bit of concern about what's going to happen with Kyle Wright. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up, top of the hour, we'll get you caught up on all the latest news as we'll get our top three at 6 in. Mike and I are done tonight at 6:30. Early out for our Atlanta Hawks who take on the Wizards tonight on the road. We'll talk more about that coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. Mike, you keep talking about more pitching, more pitching. Somebody asked me, they said, I heard Bell talking about this earlier. Do you guys think that we make a couple of more moves, or do you feel like they just let these guys figure it out? Listen, when you start talking about Fried, Strider, Morton, Wright, Soroka, Colby Allard, Elder, Anderson, all these guys, you got a lot of arms, but do you not trust all of these arms?
Well, I mean, Ian Anderson, I'm not saying he's going to be like flaky like Fulte, but you begin to wonder because he started off pressed into service in the shortened season of COVID, and he did really nice in a couple of spot starts, right?
Yep.
And then, has he moved on and built on that? I mean, you feel confident in Ian Anderson. We talked a lot about when he's going to the slider, going to add some pitches to his repertoire. Strider I love, but, Strider is still, he's still figuring it all out. I'm excited about him wearing 99, and I think it's going to be great, and he might strike out 300 guys this year. But is he going to give me more than 5 or 2/3 because the pitch count goes up? Fried is fine. Fried has been dazzling in spring training if you hadn't been watching. But, it is a little concerning about Kyle Wright. They say he'll be ready to go for opening day. But I just felt I'll say it again, Mike's old saw, 2 of the last 3 years we ran out of pitching. Ran out of pitching this year against the Phillies.
So here's the thing about Kyle Wright.
And I didn't mention Charlie Morton. Charlie Morton's back, but everyone, he's a little long in the tooth, Carl.
No, I know. Listen, we went back and forth last year, and I kept saying I didn't know what the deal was. The fact that they were going to bring him back, and the crazy thing is I think the Braves feel this way. If Charlie Morton at his worst is your 4th best starter, and he's winning games for you and eating innings, which is what he has done in his career, then it doesn't affect your overall signing and the money that's involved. He's not the highest paid pitcher in the baseball, but I get it. And I understand why some people might be concerned about more. And Mike, maybe, listen, I thought 2 years ago it might be the time when we start to see the decline. I'm hoping it's not, but let's hope he had a full off season and his stuff is where it needs to be. I was going to say Kyle Wright. The thing about Wright is, him not being potentially ready for opening day, does that concern you? And how important is it that he is ready and how early he's ready this season?
Yeah, I just think that you and me know what this team is capable of doing, right? We know the pitching. We know you got a lot of guys. You got younger guys. Colby Allard, you talk about other guys can come up. But I just still think it's too late. The hay is in the barn as far as what you did in the offseason.
It is.
I just think you needed to get somebody else. And I know that it got really cost prohibitive, and the Yankees the usual suspects, stepped up and gobbled up pitching. The Mets upgraded because DeGrom has become injury prone. And now when you throw Scherzer out there, I mean, like you've got some viable weapons now, what they've got in New York. I'm just saying it comes down to pitching every year. The year we won the World Series, it was unbelievable, and the bullpen was just so dynamic. I don't think we have enough quality starting pitching because it always seems to through hook or crook, somebody gets hurt and something happens.
404-741-0929. Do you agree? How do you guys feel about this? Again, it's nothing that I'm stressing over about right now. It's way too early. But when you start talking about guys, may not be ready for the season, and then they push him back a couple of more weeks, and then you go, okay, well, when is he going to be ready? And God forbid, Kyle Wright comes out and he struggles, and then all of a sudden he don't look like the guy he looked like. And then all of a sudden, Mike, we're in May, and now you're stressed. That's what we're talking about.
Right.
That's what it gets to.
Right. And by the way, pretty funny story. I think it was Mark Bowman tweeted it, that when they brought the lineup card because they play the Dominican team that's going to go play in the World Baseball Classic, Snicker's like, wow, probably need to get some of these guys to sign this because a lot of guys are going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
On the DR team.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Meanwhile, as we talk about the Braves, you said this earlier about Dansby. Listen, we're not going to harp, I don't think, unless this offense is just not producing, and I don't see that happening. But the reality is you did lose 100 RBI. The thing about the Olsen signing was the plan was we knew that, or at least Double-A did. Alex Anthopoulos, the general manager, and he had a plan B immediately. I'm bringing in a 100 RBI guy, don't worry. Olsen produced. Mike, we didn't bring in another 100 RBI guy to replace Dansby. You're just keeping your fingers crossed.
Look, I'm excited about Vaughn Grissom. I thought, we'd sign Dansby and Vaughn would take a stab in the outfield. But, look, I know he's going to get the glove down because he's been working with Wash, and he was actually pretty slick. I mean, I never felt concerned about his defense at second base, right, which is not his natural position. So that's fine. And you've got other guys you can throw in the mix. RC, you got other guys who can play. But you're talking about Dansby, a solid piece off his best season, now replaced by a potential platoon. That's different. Different dynamic. Now, sometimes it works to your advantage, lefty, righty, yada. Yeah, but still, I don't know about that. I just thought.
You don't sound confident.
Look, I was done with Freddie. I was fine with Freddie. I thought he screwed the pooch on that contract. Dansby actually did give you a hometown discount, and you didn't accept it. So, and Alex has been bulletproof. Alex Anthopoulos, everything the man has touched has turned to gold. But they're betting on the come that Grissom is going to step up and do the job.
Yeah. I just don't think he's ready to start. That's my thing. I think he's going to play a lot, but I don't think they're counting on him. Nobody in the Braves front office shouldn't be, and I don't think they are, is saying Grissom's going to be a 100 RBI guy in the first full year that he starts. Dansby didn't do that, guys. So, he grew into the player that we became to love, and certainly his production every year, and then you have a career year in which you go into a contract year, and you have to make a decision. That's really what happened. Vaughn's not there. He's not there yet, but he's going to be a really intriguing player for us. There's no doubt.
Right. So now it's just a matter of, and we talked about it earlier for guys that missed it, I like what you got behind the plate. You got one of the best defensive catchers, and maybe he's going to prime to have that kind of breakout year that they compare him so much to JT Realmuto, who's playing, by the way, in the World Baseball Classic. And then you'll have Lil D, Travis D, will take some nights off, and he can DH. And left field will kind of be a work in progress. And, it'll some nice Rosario. I presume that, does Ozuna ever see the field, or is he simply DHing?
I don't know. I mean, maybe.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Snit on this. I don't know, but maybe. Kind of like, I'm not sure.
If they could get the young man or woman who sits down the third base line to watch for foul balls, to throw the ball back in the infield for him, then maybe we'd have something there. But, I mean, he said, he basically told you, Carl, he was dogging it, and hopefully he's going to come out. And the best thing would be for him to actually get up to a great start. You could trade his ass if you could.
Yeah, I know, man.
Get that money off the books.
It's crazy how the Braves are still going to be good. We know we're going to be talking a lot about this as we get closer to the start of the season. We still, I think, are the team to beat in the East. I know everybody's on the Mets. I'm not. And Mike, here's the thing: you may be right about not necessarily having enough starting pitching,
right?
But our bullpen is as good as anybody's in the league.
Right. No, I mean, I'm with you. And Quintana just got injured for the Mets. He's banged up right now. But you're still talking about Scherzer and Verlander. That's a pretty potent one, too. Hey, Kyle Wright's got 20 wins. What we're hoping is going to be ready to start this season. Morton is going to just keep on trucking $20 million. That'll be more than 4 1/3. Guys, I'm not being negative Nelly. I just want more. I wanted more starting pitching. That's it. Now shut up.
All right, coming up, we've got a lot to get to. Guess who finally spoke about a fatal shooting? And we hadn't heard from him. And today we did. We'll tell you about that and the latest of what's going on around the world of sports. Stay right there. Top 3 at 6 next. Yeah, Snoop's coming to town. We gave away tickets today. We'll give more potentially tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Mike, we spent a lot of time.
By the way, I'm sorry to cut you off, Carl.
Yeah.
Frankie's also giving away Martha Stewart tickets, too, tomorrow morning.
Oh, well, make sure you tune in. Hey, we spent a lot of time on Alabama's Brandon Miller. For those who don't remember, Brandon Miller is the best player in the SEC, arguably the best player in the country. Alabama will be a number 1 seed for the NCAA tournament. Brandon Miller made his first public comments today since the police investigation that came out last month, where he brought then-teammate Darius Miles a gun that was used in a shooting January 15th. It was a fatal shooting of a 23-year-old woman, Jamia Jonay Harris. This is what he said today, Mike. I never lose sight of the fact that a family has lost one of their loved ones that night. He told reporters this was a pre-SEC tournament news conference. This whole situation is just really heartbreaking, respectfully. That's all I'm going to be able to say on that.
Well, it's certainly been a bit tone-deaf, the way the entire athletic department, the head coach, Nate Oates, everybody at Bama Hoops has handled this situation. You know, from the embarrassment of them still doing the pat-down, the warm-up routine. Look, the kid's an amazing talent. He's going to be a superstar in the NBA, and eventually that family is going to sue him for everything he's got. But right now, it's just, he's trying to, do his job. He certainly can compartmentalize it. We saw that this year, what he did against South Carolina, just days after everything kind of went public. But I don't know, man. What did you make of it?
I don't know, Mike. You know me. I want more, right? I mean, I don't know what the young man's legal advice is at this point. He did say,
because there's nothing criminal. It's just it would be purely a civil action down at some point down the road. One could imagine.
Yeah, he said, I'm going to lean on my teammates. We just go places to get wins. When asked about, should have Alabama disciplined him, and it's not his decision. Like, I want to talk to the adults in the room. A kid should never be asked the question, well, do you think you should have been punished? Hell, I'm a player. No, I want to play. That's every player. But this is where Nate Oates, to me, blew this.
Right.
And so, but to hear from him for the first time, he says, I'm going to be honest. This is Nate Oates saying he's taken the whole situation very seriously since day one. I don't believe that. I think Nate Oates is backtracking because he spoke. Obviously, the kid speaks, Brandon speaks, and then Oates speaks. I don't think he's taking it seriously, Mike. I don't think he really grasped the gravity of the situation until things started to kind of blow up on him.
Look, guys, I get it. The DA said you can't show the intent of when your teammate says, I need my gun, the gun's in the car you're driving, and you bring the weapon to the scene where a murder occurs. I mean, I think most of us were incredulous. There were no criminal charges you could apply, but that's how the laws are written in Bama. So how about some common sense, as you just said, from the adults? Nate Oates, no, man, this is a team which can win a national championship. So, perception, respect to the family, no. Play. He's playing. And then he actually sounded like a complete idiot. Like he never knew what was, like he had no awareness of the situation when he finally did answer questions about it. Talking about the head coach.
No doubt. As we've been talking today, we've had a lot of discussion again about Lamar Jackson, and guys, it's just not going anywhere. Until Lamar is on a team or back with the Ravens and signed and has his new deal, this is just going to be out there because we now know teams have the ability to talk to him. And Herm Edwards came on, and Mike, I just want to address one of our listeners as we're telling you all the things that have happened today and what's been going on. Cliff Harrison is a avid listener to this show. And he tweeted at Dukes and Bell 929, and he says, was the Mike Vick era some sort of success I don't remember? And I want to clear this up because he says he's responding to the Herm Edwards comments about, bringing him in. And Herm was joking about having Vick be there with the signing and hand him the jersey. Cliff says, I'm great with bringing in Jackson, but why would we tie that back to a time when we were pretty good during the best years and ended in absolute disaster? Cliff, here's the thing. You're tying in the personal issues of Mike Vick into what you remember about how it ended for him. And I think to lump Lamar in there is a little bit unfair. We're simply talking about the ability on the field. And I know it's hard for people to compartmentalize that, Mike, because, listen, it killed the city. I understand that. But I can't look at this and compare Lamar and his skill set and the excitement level and then go, well, why would we want to bring back that thing that happened here? We're not telling you he's going to come here and dogfight.
No, and by
stupid.
the way, the thing is, both guys were electric. Both guys were the most exciting player in the league when they're healthy, right? We can't.
Yes.
I mean, that's what Herm's talking. I mean, Herm's talking about electricity in the building. I'm with Herm. I'm with the texter as far as the results because Mike Vick admitted it. He spoke on numerous occasions. The James Brown piece on 60 Minutes, if you think I'm not remembering it correctly, go back and watch. Last guy in the building, first guy to leave, and then we found out what was going down. And what happened was, Carl, for me, the big story was the 2005 and the 2006 season, where his mind was not on the game. He could still pull out some amazing stuff, but you went 8-8 and 7-9. You needed 2 or 3 decent games from Mike Vick down the stretch to go to the playoffs in 06. So we never had back-to-back winning seasons with Vick. I love the guy's athleticism, but you cannot compare Mike Vick at that time in his life to where Lamar Jackson is and his dedication to his craft. No. He works harder than anybody. In Baltimore, they say he's one of the first guys there. The teammates love him. And at the end, they were just a little upset. Just Sammy Watkins, that he didn't play. But most of the teammates realized the team has kind of screwed him on this deal. So I get it. At the end of the day, it was full of sound and fury and tremendous highlights, which created nothing other than a loss in the NFC Championship under Mike Vick's run. And Lamar Jackson, by the way, coincidentally, has the same record in his first 4 playoff appearances as Matt Ryan, 1-3. So
Yeah.
just to play devil's advocate.
No, listen, it's fair, but
that's the run. But the run. See, that's the thing. The mobile quarterback. Now, Mike was a freak incident in a preseason game against the Ravens, which cost him much of 03. But you lost 10 games the last 2 seasons to injury with Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I just want to dispel though the connection between how it ended with Vick and how that plays to Lamar.
No,
Lamar is his own individual. Mike explained his work ethic. They're just 2 different things. All we're simply talking about, and I think all Herm Edwards was talking about, is people caring about your team. People caring from afar about your team because you have star power. By the way, name the stars on this team.
Yeah. I mean, it's a year removed from a Pro Bowl season for Pitts. And Tyler Algier is a young star, but yeah,
nobody knows who he is.
Exactly, not around the league. And Grady, and we love Grady, but that's a guy doing dirty work that doesn't really show up on the stat sheet down in the middle.
That's all we're saying. So if you were to say, "Hey, I'm watching highlights for what it's worth," and we don't get many. One, our team hasn't been good, but even when we get good, we get slighted. But if you're telling me I'm seeing Lamar throw 3 touchdowns on a Sunday and it's leading all the highlight packages, that's what we're talking about. It's not about him coming here and doing the things that the previous number 7 did. We're talking strictly about on the field. And I just wanted to address that because I know we've had a lot of conversation about it today. Hey, in other news, guys, Jim Boeheim, done after 47 seasons at Syracuse. They lose in the ACC tournament, Mike, and the school's like, okay, we're good. We're going to move on. I think he could have probably stepped away. It could have been done differently. But at the end of the day, Boeheim had become, what's the word you used? Cantankerous?
He's a bit of a curmudgeon. I compared him to Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino. He just, in the last couple of years, there's a lot of people at Syracuse that really wanted to move him out. And I got a lot of friends that went to Syracuse. He basically made sure that the AD, one of the last ADs that got hired, was basically cozying up to him and was going to let him go out on his own terms. And they're just not playing at the same level anymore. There's no Jerry McNamara walking through the door anytime soon, Carl.
There isn't. There isn't.
In this case, they go with Adrian Autry, point guard, 1 year with the Derek Coleman team, but he was a point guard in the early 90s for the Qs. And they'll try to get things rolling. I mean, when Calhoun walked away, they got the right player for UConn. They won another title. Krzyzewski, he's probably the last guy to be able to kind of do it, and Roy Williams, without it getting sideways. Because Boeheim just became the consummate grumpus. Even today, he mumbles through this press conference and goes, it's up to the university about his future. So again, it's tough. Sometimes there's no old-timers day for old coaches, I guess.
No, and wasn't he also, like, a jerk to the school media?
Yeah, he was killing the student. Some student guy asked him a question about it, and it was a legitimate question about the game, and he just crapped all over him. So he's getting crazy. He's getting a little grumpus. Right
well,
there.
I'll say this: Coach K's gone, out of coaching. I mean, and now Boeheim. Mike, you're talking again 47 years.
47 years.
That's a long time, man, to do anything.
Right.
Let alone to coach college basketball.
And one of the ironies that year that they go to they win the national championship. That's the year after Carmelo Anthony goes to the NBA.
Yep. 2003. It was a great Final Four. Dwayne Wade was in that Final Four. I was there. It was unbelievable. Hey, Calvin Ridley, guys, apologized. He went on the Players Tribune, wrote a great piece about his stupid mistake on betting on NFL games. He has been reinstated. He didn't have to do this. He could have kept his mouth shut, went about his business, played out in Jacksonville, maybe probably going to get an extension based on his performance this year. We'll get our picks and keep it moving. But he felt compelled to do this, Mike, and we've discussed it earlier. I'm glad he did because I just felt like Falcon fans are like, yo, what happened? What went wrong? And he kind of explains everything in this thing.
Yeah, I know that at the time we were angry because the way it was portrayed to us is he basically quit. And then you found out there was a lot of things he was dealing with. And he writes about it. He talks all about the things that were going on. In his defense, one of the things we did not know the previous year, apparently he had a foot injury to the point where the Falcons staff at the time, now no longer here, the training staff, was unaware he had a broken foot.
How does that happen, by the way?
But this goes back to Kawhi Leonard. Remember, people are like, oh, what's Kawhi Leonard doing with San Antonio? Well, sometimes the team's trainers don't have your best interest in their heart as you being the athlete and the employee.
Yeah.
Don't know if that was the case. No, again, this is his side of it. Not sure if the Falcons are going to comment because it was a previous regime.
Sure.
But something we didn't know was going on.
Yeah. And he said he played with that leg, that foot, and was productive. That's what's crazy.
And then he talked about moving on to the next year, feeling the pressure of taking over as the number one receiver from Julio. And he talked about, the things he was dealing with in his personal life. And you and I talked about mental health. Once mental health comes in, that's kind of an umbrella. You can't go inside. You can't question anything. I just wished he could have gotten the help so he could have stayed here in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Again, everybody deals with things like this in their own way, and he's kind of come to a conclusion that he obviously screwed up. He takes total ownership of the gambling aspect of it and explains why he walked away from the Falcons. I just wish he could have reached out to the organization. They could have found some kind of common ground where he could have gotten the help and not jeopardize his career. Now, once he did the gambling thing, that's a separate incident.
All right. And I agree, Mike, totally. I'm just looking at this news that's coming down about Tiger Woods.
You saw that too?
So Tiger Woods is his split from his ex-girlfriend. Apparently, TMZ Sports is reporting that she's suing him for $30 million, claiming he cooked up a scheme to toss her out of their home. Don't know any details about this, but this is the ex-girlfriend that you probably saw. I believe, Mike, she was at the Masters when he won it in 19. It
was a longtime girlfriend down there in Jupiter, Florida, if memory serves. She was he first met her, I believe she was the manager of one of his restaurant.
So part of this is that he made her sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, in dating her. And she agreed. But now she's trying to get out of this basically because she's like, hey, I've been mistreated, blah, blah, blah. Mike, I don't know the facts of this. It's just hitting. But Tiger Woods' ex-girlfriend is suing him for $30 million, claiming he cooked up a scheme to toss her out of their home.
Yeah, this is, again, the most information out there is on TMZ. Erica Herman is her name. She filed the documents, which they've got at TMZ. Says a private trust that Tiger runs attempted to steamroll her, in her opinion, to keep quiet about their relationship by aggressively enforcing that NDA you just mentioned. She's trying to get, I guess, dissolved or changed or however modified so she can talk about things. I don't know. Not sure. Either way, as soon as you see that, your first thing is, oh, man, like Tiger needs this right now.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll see where this one goes.
Yeah, it's crazy. But, again, could be something, could be nothing, but that news is coming down. Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We got to talk about our Hawks, man, because they're getting ready for another game tonight. Can we guard Bradley Beal is my question.
Oofa.
We'll talk about it when we come back. Early out for us, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock tip here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell.
We got spirit. How about you? On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The most important story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
Can we find a way to slow down Bradley Beal tonight? It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hawks whiz tonight. Hawks trying to find a way to win on the road, Mike. It's been our Achilles heel when you talk about why we can't consistently get dubs on the road. Well, tonight's another opportunity. And the last time we saw these guys, by the way, Bradley Beal went off in the fourth quarter. I think he ended up with 37 total points in the game, Mike.
Inside, in the paint, perimeter jump shots, everything. They really struggled with the switching on defense. And so you and I were saying earlier, do you throw DeAndre Hunter out there? I guess technically DeJounte would be the guy, but they tried to get him on the switch so DeJounte wouldn't be on Beal and all those things he was doing the last time.
Yeah, and, we're 32 and 33. We're 8th in the Eastern Conference. And again, I'm not blaming Coach Quinn Snyder for any of this. He's coming in and trying to observe and put the best rotations out there. But he inherited this. And what he inherited was a bad defensive team. And you're trying to fix that 60-some-odd games into the season. It's just difficult, guys. And, will we break the 5-game road losing streak tonight? I don't know. The Wizards are 18-21 against Eastern Conference opponents. So they have a losing record against Eastern Conference opponents. But that doesn't mean anything for us, Mike, because we're not great. And, when we are 5-8 against the rest of our division, we've not been great either.
Well, that's just it. And if you stay the way you are right now, you don't get on a run. The Knicks just finally cooled off. They lost their first game in 3 weeks. But the Hawks would play the Heat. That's not good for the Hawks, man. We just saw that again. Trey had probably one of his best games against the Heat, but it wasn't enough. He had that crazy turnover where nobody hit him. And then we talked about DeAndre Hunter just throwing up bricks with wide open looks. You know what I'm upset about? And I thought I know that coaches, whether it's a younger coach, older coach, it seems like with the Hawks, the young guys can't get on the floor. I just thought you might see Quinn Snyder rolling with A.J. Griffin. But it's really been Sadiq Bey is great, and I understand that. I'd rather see Sadiq getting some more shots than John Collins. But I just thought A.J. Griffin would have a chance to get more involved in this. He's been a DNP guy the last couple.
As we talk about, they've got Porzingis. He's averaging 22 a game. Trey is averaging 26, actually 27 and 10 for the Hawks right now. And Bogey, he's made 3 3-pointers over this last 10 games. So you're talking about 3 per game. Bogey seems to be shooting it really well, but it's just not coming together at the end of these games. That's what it comes down to.
And Trey and DeJounte were 2 for 11 from 3 the other night. I mean, Sadiq Bey, wouldn't you just start him at this point?
Yeah, Mike, he's giving you something. I mean, listen, I don't even know if it matters who starts. The rotations have been so crazy, whether it was Nate or now it's Coach Snyder trying to figure it out. I don't even know if it matters. What I care about is, who's the 5 out there with the last 5 minutes to go in the game and who's going to go win the game for us.
Right.
So.
And I know that it was maybe I'm sorry if I sort of pumped some air into that fire that I thought that Quinn Snyder would come in and maybe the intensity would ramp up. And guys would be, because, again, there's some guys here who may not, again, John Collins has been dealing with this for 2 seasons, but I think Quinn Snyder's going to have tremendous input into what we're going to do here in the offseason. So this is a combination of an audition and trying to get on a run so you're not stuck in this play-in run.
We're going to find out what the Hawks do. We got to get out of here and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Thanks to Herm Edwards for stopping by the show today. You can go check it out at Odyssey.com. All the interviews online. Connor Riley stopped by from Dog Nation talking about the Dogs Pro Day. We kind of summed things up with Jalen Carter coming off of all the stuff last week. Great stuff from those guys. And I'm sorry, Chris? Oh, Chris was telling me how much time we had. I couldn't hear him. And also...
And by the way, Carl, he is over at College Park. Skyhawks in action tonight against a rising star who's going to be a top draft pick next year.
Yeah, Scoot Henderson is in the house. He's from here, man. He played at Cale High School. His sister, ironically, just broke his all-time scoring record. Wembayama is the guy that everybody's talking about, and he will be the number 1 pick. But this young man has all the skills, and he's back home tonight, so people are expecting a big game from him. By the way, tomorrow we will be back 2 o'clock. Make sure you are here. We're chasing down some other guests as well. Turtle behind the glass. Great job as always. Beau Morgan, executive producing. Hawks basketball on the way. Mike Bell, we got to get out of here, man. Clear your throat.
Hey, man, now things are when I really get paying attention with March Madness. And this is when I do ramp it up, Carl. Can't lie to you. Just talking about Boeheim. Bobby Cremins was here when I got here back in the late 90s. And then Paul Hewitt made an amazing run with a sum of its parts team, and the biggest star was Jarrett Jack. We've had one trip to the tournament in 11 years at Georgia Tech. Josh Pastner, they get beat today by Pitt. And Carl, it's 4 games under 500 for his career. The COVID year was the one-and-done year. Georgia Tech, when will Georgia Tech basketball ever be relevant again in this town?
That's a great point. Hey, Calvin Ridley, thank you. It doesn't change things for us or our future, but maybe it satisfied us just a little bit for what we got today from you in your piece in the Players Tribune. Again, if you didn't read it, go check it out. He says, I screwed up and made the biggest mistake of my life betting on football. We wish you nothing but the best, Ridley. Good luck in Jacksonville. We're back tomorrow at 2 o'clock. If you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't.
First it was hands off my munkin', then they stole our Chuck Smith.
All right, I'm out.